Good morning, Live League fans, and welcome to our Week 3 action here at the Online Darts Live League. I haven't been here for a while. I'm looking forward to this. I hope you are too. We've got one debutant for you this morning in Group A. And Group A, of course, now is 2 days of action instead of 3. So Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll see our Group A winner going through to Saturday's final. Without further ado, let's go down to the board to see that debutant, which is Jason Hogg, and he's up against one of our stalwarts from 2021, Robert Owen. It's a big Live League welcome to Jason Hogg, who comes here from Scotland. We have had a fair bit of Scottish success over the course of the Live League last year and, of course, the year before. But Stack Attack is back. There you see that UK Open semi-final as his career best. But there is a few dots after that because he still harbours a lot of ambition. But Jason Hogg
first leg, it's
from Aberdeen.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
First time here. Probably coming into this group as someone without any pressure.
43.
He may look at this group and think, oh, it's really difficult. I'm putting pressure on myself to come through it. But the fact of the matter is, with the company that he's keeping here, all of the pressure is elsewhere. Could be on this guy, Robert Owen. Or indeed, the other 4 players in this group, because they all have very large stories to tell. If you aren't already aware and you're tuning in via YouTube or via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, you're going to be in for a treat for the next couple of days. From 9:30 AM local time until around 2 PM local time. Because we've also got Martin Adams, Mike Warburton, 2 of the most experienced Live League players, and Gary Robson and Kevin Painter. A stunning Group A for you for today and tomorrow.
100.
That's just what you get with the Live League these days. A venture that is now in its 3rd year. Scary to think that, really. It started in people's bedrooms, people's garages.
158.
And now we're into a 2nd year in the arena.
81.
Good last start from Robert
Jason,
to get himself in 2 dart range. But Jason has got himself a shot at double 12. Now double 6.
75.
There may be the kind of
Robert,
errors that you can't make
77.
against someone like Robert Owen. Let's find out as he goes for tops.
Game shot on the first
and
leg.
Takes it
Robert
in 18 darts. It's a good, solid first leg from Robert. An early scare in the first leg, but good sharpness on the outer ring. Gives him that early advantage.
To throw first.
In this best of 7 leg match. So first of 4. That will be the case for all of our matches this week.
60.
No deviation away from that at any point. But just to give you some sort of indication as to how the Live League works.
140.
If you are a new viewer to it, I know a lot of you aren't, and you have been watching us for some time, but just to give you that little bit of a hint as to how it works again.
100.
This is Group A. It will happen today and tomorrow, and the top person in the group will progress to Saturday's weekly finals.
100.
Each player in this group will have 10 matches. 2 matches against each player.
140.
Number 1 goes through. Number 2 and number 3 in the table. They will then progress to Group B, which will be on Thursday and Friday night.
180.
First maximum today called by our referee, Charlie Costafine. And it's Owen who gets it.
80.
Spots 4, 5 and 6 in this group after tomorrow's
Robert,
play.
you require
will play
81.
in the same time slot in Group C on Thursday and Friday to have a second crack at getting to the finals. It's the bullseye for Robert.
56. Jason, you require 121.
A lot of people like the 25 first on this shot these days. They like to try and eliminate the bullseye
57.
from the shot at the end.
Robert, you require 25.
Jason doesn't really get close. Ooh, that's only just in the single. So, that leaves 3 for double 4.
Game
And
shot
that
in
is
the
a very
second
fine
leg.
job from Robert
Owen.
Owen. Because when you've had a dart like that one, which he saw into the single 14, you've got to fix it quickly, and he did that.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We aren't that far removed from Q School and some Challenge Tour action, because all of these players that you will see here at the Online Darts Live League
180.
are players who do not have a tour card. We'll talk a little bit more about what they have done
60.
since Q School in their coming games. I don't want to give everything away at the start. But some of these players who came here for the first time last year
49.
have been chomping at the bit to come back, because there are financial rewards now which they've never seen for something like this. If you can win Champions
82.
Night on Saturday in the weekly finals, you can get yourself an extra £2,000, which is exactly what Josh Payne and Mike Gillett have done in the first 2 weeks.
41.
That's the immediate goal. But if you get yourself in the top 3 on Saturday night, you'll get yourself into Champions Week, which takes place in March.
99.
Aggressive stuff from Robert Owen. A lot of people with that last start might have gone for the 19s. The defensive play was the single 19 to leave 1-3-2.
60.
This is looking very rosy for
You
Robert.
require 91.
74 left with 2 for a player averaging a few clicks over 90.
51.
This is a very good performance from Stack Attack. A very confident Welsh player.
100.
3 darts at tops.
Robert, you require
potentially
40.
for a 3-0 lead. That's not in the way.
Game shot.
Doesn't
in the
need
third
another
leg.
one.
Robert
This is
Owen.
very tidy stuff from Robert Owen. And if you're going to get off on the right foot in this live league action, a big first win definitely helps.
Fourth leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
So just to give you an indication also of how we separate the players in the table for the groups. 2 points for a
100.
win. No points for a loss. There are no draws here. And then, of course, the next thing is leg difference. So imagine if Robert Owen was to find a
43.
break of throw here in leg 4. That would be +4 for him and -4 for Jason Hogg. It's not that Jason's played poorly in this
60.
game. He's averaging in the high 87s, which is kind of where the whole live league has been for the last couple of weeks.
140.
He's playing at a good level. Unfortunately for him, Robert Owen is playing at a higher level.
100.
We have seen players lose from 3-0 up. And Robert Owen knows all about the complexities of
100.
best of 7 leg darts. At no point can you take your foot off the pedal. Well, maybe you can when the game is over.
83.
But from my experience of being in this hot seat, the longer it is that you wait for your first leg and your first double hit, the harder it will be, especially
140.
in a truncated
Jason, you
Group
require
A,
158.
unlike last year where it was 3 days, now it's only 2. 5 less matches in the group. Jason Hogg might be on the end of a 4-0 defeat in his debut
98.
match.
Robert, you require 78.
Treble 18. He's been good on the doubles. 3 from 5 so far.
58.
And that's a match start missed.
Jason, you require 60.
Safe single for tops. Double 10, the open target.
Game shot
And a
on the
nice
fourth
find,
leg.
because if
Jason
he misses
Hogg.
that, you do wonder if he's coming back at all. Robert Owen has missed a match start, but Hoggy, he stays in with a shout.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I don't know if anybody calls him Hoggy, quite frankly. I just did, off the cuff there. Very well-known dart player from the Aberdeen
45.
region. We do know many players from that area who are very proficient with the tungsten. Likes of Jamie Bain. John
57.
Henderson doesn't live too far from Aberdeen, of course. I've got many a friend up in that neck of the woods, a darting
58.
hotbed. But darting friends leads me to something that Robert Owen wanted me to mention. He made it all the way towards
100.
the area of England where we hold the Online Darts Live League, and he realised he had left his shirts in South Wales. You silly boy, Robert. So he had to pull in a favour
180.
as he maxes for a third occasion in this match. Jason's got none, so most 180s in this match is looking good for Robert Owen. Yeah, Robert pulled in a favour
100.
from a guy called Martin Moore from Darts Unique. And he came all the way from St. Neots in Cambridgeshire to bring him some emergency shirts.
180.
I'll tell you what. He wanted me to thank you, Martin. He should thank himself, because back-to-back 180s, 4 in the first match for Robert Owen, and he's now sitting on double 19
94.
for his first 2 points
Robert, you
of his
require
Group A
38.
campaign. Magic stuff from Robert
Game,
as he
shots,
finishes
and the match.
this one off
Robert Owen.
with 7 perfect darts. We haven't had a 9-darter so far this year in the Online Darts Live League, but 7 perfect to finish that one off. You see his average of 95.58, the 4 maximums, and the checkered percentage is very healthy indeed. A lot of people think that Robert Owen might win this group. Well, they might be proven right. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it won't be too long. We will see Martin Adams against Mike Warburton, England versus Wales. Welcome back, everybody, and match 2 is about to begin. And there's only been 430 matches played between these next two combatants. So England versus Wales it is. It's Martin Adams versus Mike Warburton. They're back for another crack. Seen a bit of Martin Adams recently, and we will talk about that, but we haven't seen a great deal of Warby. So throughout the course of today, and of course tomorrow, we will see what these guys can do at the start of 2022. By the way, loving that graphic of the howl of Wolfie on the red side of that. What a menacing look from Mike Warburton on his graphic there. The man from Wrexham, the Welsh Open winner, as you can see. That was what launched his darts confidence and his career.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
First things first, though. Throughout last year, I made much of Mike Warburton's dart shirtery. And for 2022, he has a new piece of kit.
140.
I hereby approve it. I love it. I think it's very sharp. Particularly the bit on the back. He loves a bit of kit,
41.
does Mike? He likes a new flight. He likes a new shirt. And he has a bit of fun with it. Why not? I like to see players who enjoy what they do and show a bit of passion for it.
100.
But Martin Adams comes into the Live League for the first time this year on the back of making the final of the World Seniors Championship, where he lost in the final to Robert Thornton. I think Martin would agree that the best player won the tournament.
100.
But Martin walked away a very worthy finalist after providing some very big highlights throughout that Circus Tavern event. So everybody here at the Live League, Martin, would just like to say well done on that run. And welcome back to one of your mainstay homes for darts when you're not playing on the tour. It's great to have you back. But like I said, these two have played 430 matches between them.
Martin, you require 161.
Last year. Wolfie played 265 of them. He's had the slightly better start here.
100.
And how he got that into the 60 is a bit of a mystery. An incredible shot. Most players would have gone to the 25 to leave the 96.
100.
But there we have another magic dart there from Warburton.
Martin, you require 61.
No shortage of maximums today so far. Double 8. Wolfie's shown a bit of sharpness here this morning.
45.
But not sharp enough to find the first leg in
Mike,
5
you require
visits.
80.
Could have his throw broken at the very start here, but that makes things more difficult. Ultimately robbed by the fact that he missed the 20.
Martin,
so
you
Martin
require
has dodged
16.
this one. He now looks at double 4. That little body shift is a good thing.
Game shot on the first leg.
Because throwing a
Martin
double 4
Adams.
is very, very different to throwing a double 8. That's something maybe we can talk about when it happens again. But it's 1-0 Wolfie.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Now to everybody who's tuning in today, and I do know for a fact that there are people watching all around the world. I've already had texts from friends in Australia. Wherever you are, don't be afraid to get in
140.
touch at Darts Live League, as you can see on our social channels. You can tweet myself as well at the Asset180. Please keep it positive. There's enough negativity in the world.
100.
Yes, Martin Adams' record here at the Live League last year alone. 265 matches played. 150 wins. For a win percentage of 56.6.
60.
And funnily enough, the only person to have a better win percentage than Wolfie in this group is his opponent in this match.
140.
Warburton with 165 opponents and 97 wins. Win percentage
100.
of 58.79. So a good 2% better than Martin Adams. But a lot of their other statistics are eye-catching.
140.
The kind of performances that make your mouth water. And at some point, Warby will find himself into the 200 club
60.
in this studio.
Martin, you require 121.
Maybe a couple of campaigns before he gets there. Great first start from Martin. But that is a loose one. It denies him a shot at the bullseye.
81. Mike, you require 141.
This is a difficult out, and it's now impossible. So that miss at the 11 for Adams may have done him a favour.
130.
Because now he's got
Martin,
3 at a double,
40.
as opposed to maybe having 2 at double 8 from a 25 out.
Game shot on
There
the
you
second
go, he
leg.
only needs the
Martin
1.
Adams.
So we are seeing the people with the darts in the matches so far being in commanding positions at the halfway point for them. 2-0 Wolfie.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I would say it's a solid performance, but it's a bit better than that. It's 30 darts for the first 2 legs. 100 average. There's been 1,500 plus averages so far in the last couple of weeks. It's not a bad standard at all. Before today began, we had 365 180s. We can already add 5 more
60.
to that, with 4 from Robert Owen and 1 from Mike. I mentioned the 200 club. People who played more than 200 games at the Online Darts Live League in 2021. There were a few members of that group. Unfortunately, 2 of them
60.
will not be playing here this year because they've got themselves tour cards. Those players are Kevin Burness and Richie Burnett. But Adams is part of that club, and James Richardson is too. And they are going to add to that tally this year.
140.
I had a sneaky suspicion that Adams was going to come in sharp in week 3.
100.
After playing at the seniors,
Martin, you require
I just feel
136.
that he has got rid of the ring rust at the start of the season, and he's coming here in the right frame of mind and the right amount of practice beforehand. He looks really good.
100.
This leg is really good. And the bad thing for Mike is that Martin seems to be getting better and better during the course of this first game of the day.
81. Martin, you require 36.
So it's double 18 for 3-0. Doesn't hesitate in looking at 9s. Does he bust or does he leave double 4?
28.
There's your answer. You don't mind making those errors when your opponent's on 200, but
60.
you'd always like to get rid
Martin,
of it really
you
quickly.
require 8.
But you don't mind as long as you get rid of it the next time.
Game
Which is
shot on the
exactly what he
third
does.
leg. Martin
16
Adams.
darts does bring his average down a little bit. He won't mind about that as long as he gets 1 more leg, and if he gets the next leg, it will be a 4-0 victory.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Wolfie's route to that final at the Circus Tavern. He came through
125.
qualifier Richie Howson, and that's a game that I don't think I'll ever forget. The finishing in that match of mythical proportions. That is the only way I can put it.
100.
I remember bumping into Martin after that match outside of the arena because I was leaving to go to another darts tournament. And I said, finishing from the gods, Martin. And he said, no.
100.
I just wonder what he would have to do for him to believe that it was finishing from the gods. After that, he took out Larry Butler, then Terry Jenkins, but did succumb to the thorn. He's not the first person to lose out to Robert Thornton on form, and he won't be the last. And Thornton, who doesn't
100.
have a card for the PDC Tour, he's going to be here this year, plenty. You know for a fact that Adams was going to leave a finish as soon as that first dart went in. He's planted a maximum, his first of the contest, and he is going to get a look at that 81 for the 4-0 victory.
$60.
Martin, look of inevitability on the face of Warby. When Martin's in this mood, there's only one result.
$69.
But it might not be 4-0. If Warburton's got some form of resistance here, you can see from his facial expression there, he expected that one to be hit. I think we all did. Can he glance it over the top of that one for a shot of 36? Just misses out.
100. Martin, you
so double 6.
12.
And Wolfie will be in a perfect position after match 1.
Game, shots,
a really good performance
Martin
from him.
Adams.
Stunning stuff. And if that is the starting gambit from him today, 101.9 average, the checkouts possibly could get better. Boy, is he here to play. He's going to be a real thorn in the side of everybody else this week. Stunning 4-0 victory with Warby. Coming back later for more work to do. But match number 3 today, tantalising to say the least for someone like me. I grew up with Gary Robson as one of my mentors. And when I was in the game a little bit later, Kevin Painter was one of mine. And they're going to be doing battle next. Welcome back to match number 3 of today's Group A here in week 3 of the Online Darts Live League. Now, these are the kind of matches that really pop off the page for me. It's our first look at Gary Robson for the year up against Kevin Painter, who I'm sure will be full of confidence after a deep run at the World Seniors recently. Here is Robbo, 54 now, from the Toon. 2005 World Trophy winner, of course. Is that really 17 years ago? But is it really 11 years since the Players' Championship was won by Painter and Doncaster?
First. Game on.
Time has flown. That's what's happened before. Let's see what can happen now. And I think that was the message
59.
when it came to the World Seniors very recently. We talked about what people had done before, but ultimately the World Seniors Darts Championship
54.
was about what they can still do. And that's the same for the Live League too. We can talk about their previous achievements, the tournaments that they've won before, but they are here not just on ceremony, they are here to win.
96.
They are here to make money, to get confidence. They all have their own motivations. Some players
97.
want more match experience to get themselves ready for Challenge Tour. Some people just want to play darts, and in the case of Kevin Painter,
55.
that's what he wants. He wants to play darts. He doesn't want to play PDC anymore, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to play.
174.
Stunning 174 there from Gary to leave tops after 12. A really good start from Robbo.
100. Gary, you require 40.
Gauntlet laid down. Tops it is. 5-5. Does he want to leave it? Or does he want to bust it?
No score.
Well, I get the feeling that that was for 5-5. In the end, I think it's a
92.
decent play.
Gary,
it was
you
bust.
require 40. Game shot.
And there you have it. That's why, because you're going back to the maximum double, as I call it, going back to something that does split down. You'd rather be sitting on 40 than sitting on 5.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
We talked about Martin Adams' run to the final of the World Seniors Darts Championship recently. How about Kevin's
60.
run to the semi-finals, where he played the same amount of matches as Martin, but of course Kevin played in the first round, whereas Martin came in round 2.
78.
Kevin was involved in that epic game with Tony O'Shea, which was 3-2. He ended up winning that final set by 6 legs to 4. Just when we all thought it was going to be very reminiscent of that 2004 PDC World Championship final, where it went to sudden death. It didn't, because Kevin got the job done 1 leg earlier. That win against O'Shea gave him a lot of confidence.
190.
And that 180 will give him even more in this match. After that, he disposed of Wayne Warren in quick, smart time.
140.
Wayne Warren never really in that contest. But the next game, I think, was a long time coming. It was only an 88.88 average. But the result of 3-0 against Phil Taylor, that's something that will sit very sweetly in his memory forever.
140. Kevin, you require 102.
He ultimately lost out to Robert Thornton by 4-2 in what was a superb game of darts. He could lose the second leg here.
70. Gary, you require 78.
He's played better in leg 2 than he did in leg 1, Kev. But the treble 14 is found.
46.
The double 16 is not.
Kevin, you require
So he dodges
32.
a little bullet there, does Kevin Painter. No adjustment needed.
24.
But that will annoy Kevin. This leg has belonged
Gary, you
to
require
him.
32.
And he's going to have to dodge more than one bullet if he wants it.
Game shot
And unfortunately, Gary Robson does find that double 16 to give us our third consecutive match where someone has taken a 2-0 advantage.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
You look at the averages for Kevin throughout that World Seniors campaign. 85, 94.59 was his best in that demolition job against Wayne Warren. Then the 88 against Taylor and 84 against Robert Thornton.
140.
It's good play, but you just get the feeling that maybe there's a bit more to be found for Kevin. His record here
44
is a perfect 50-50 record coming into this game. 25 wins, 25 losses.
30.
I think that's pretty impressive from 50 matches. Because we do get some very good players coming through these doors. Personal best average in the room of 102.43.
40.
And in fact, Gary is the only player who has been here before
45.
who is yet to average over 100 in any match. His PB is 97.8. Now I know for a fact that Gary will
83.
find a ton plus average at some point.
$42.
So we've got a little bit scrappy in leg 3. I think you can feel the importance of this leg. But before we get to the latter stages of it,
93.
just look at the contrast in the dart shirts here. They couldn't be more different. This one's got every colour under the sun. And you're always going to get
55.
Robbo in all black. That's just the way he rolls. Vociferous supporter of Newcastle United, and why wouldn't he be?
93.
Very proud to be from the northeast of England. I've known Gary now for 25 years. Met him in the Banktop pub in Bedlington
58.
Station in 1997.
Gary, you require 103.
Played in best of one that night in a league match. He was playing for Bedlington Station. And he beat me that night. And we've known each other ever since.
33. Kevin, you require 131.
17's first. You can see what he was trying to do there. Trim the 51 off the end to give himself a couple of options, whether it
40.
was treble 16 and double or 2 double tops.
Gary, you require 70.
But bad news for Painter. Double 4.
62. Kevin, you require
Now
91.
what does he do? Back to the 51. No, he went for double 17. I don't blame him.
37.
A new school tactic of double-double.
Gary, you require
In
8.
previous years, he would have gone for the treble 14 there, but I think he did the right thing in trying the double-double.
Game shot
It hasn't
on the
paid
third
off,
leg.
unfortunately.
Gary Robson.
And Robson does get a 3-0 advantage. You saw that little face turn from Gary Robson as if to say, that wasn't a very good leg. I agree, gents.
Fourth
Let's have a
leg,
better
it's
one on
Kevin
leg
to
4.
throw first. Game on.
And these guys will have shared many a darting hall over the years. They come through the same
42.
sort of generation. We saw Painter coming to prominence around 95. Robson was playing with success in
100.
holiday camps and local tournaments around that time. A prolific county player as well, but towards the late 90s, Gary started to concentrate more on
85.
tournaments as opposed to the county player where people want to play for their country. Kevin did the opposite.
100.
He played for Essex. He was capped by England many, many times. And was one of those England stalwarts in the late 90s and early 2000s.
59.
Playing
Kevin,
with the likes of
161.
Steve Beaton, Alan Warren a little, Martin Adams, of course, Andy Fordham, Mervyn King. I could go on and on. Now, the one thing Gary Robson does not want in this match is Kevin to get close. Tops.
Game shot.
That's a really interesting 15 darter for a couple of reasons for Kevin. Not only a much more improved leg from him, but a change of tactic. He's always been a double 16 guy.
Game on.
So to see him go for 12 in tops, that just goes to show that he's got a bit of flexibility about his game.
24.
Yes, let's talk about Gary Robson not wanting this to go close. Because with the aid of our incredible guy here at the Live League, Mark Walker, we have established that if it goes to 3-3,
100.
Robson would be defending a record that isn't one you'd like to know about. He's had 10 games which have gone to a last leg decider, and he's lost them all. So if I was to have a little whisper in Kevin's ear right now, he might think, all right, I've still got a chance.
140.
So Gary's job is clear. Get rid of Kevin in either this leg or the next.
180.
But Painter is starting to play properly here. The average has climbed to 82. And Gary's has dropped towards the mid-70s.
36. Kevin, you require 105.
Interesting. I didn't expect him to go
65.
25 there. I think he's been hanging out with Matthew Edgar, you know. Doing a bit of practice in rugby in the Midlands. And some of
96.
the finishing that some of his
Kevin,
practicing partners are doing is starting to rub off.
Game shot.
What is rubbing off
Kevin
is
Painter.
tops, because leg 5 has been rubbed off from the schedule in this third match. It's been won by Painter, and he's on the charge.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
A lot of the time in his career, Kevin has been an advocate of the pear-shaped flight. And that is something that Gary used to use.
41.
He went to the bigger one a little bit later on. I always remember Gary Robson using pear-shaped flights at the start of his professional career.
140.
In fact, he did use pear-shaped flights on his Lakeside debut, which a lot of people probably have forgotten about.
100.
I remember rushing home to watch it because he was playing against Raymond van Barneveld.
44.
That was a few years after Kevin made his debut in a Lakeside where he had a mullet.
140.
A hairstyle that is being attempted by some modern day pros.
96.
Is a mullet now fashionable? I'm going to leave it hanging in the air there a little bit with a question mark. I'm not so sure. But if we ever see Kevin Painter with a mullet again...
100. Kevin, you require 121.
Good times. 121 for a level game. So Robbo does get a chance to win the match
57.
without
Gary,
going to a last leg decider.
120.
Good guide for a 60. Not used.
78.
Now what does Kevin do?
You
He's hit
require
tops twice in a
64.
row. Does he go treble 8? It's double 16 this time.
48.
And that could be the difference. I'm quite
Gary,
surprised, actually, that he didn't go 8 for
42.
tops. 16s for Gary.
10.
2 missed match shots. And Painter
Kevin, you
smells
require
blood.
16.
One of the characteristics of the Kevin Painter game is patience.
No score.
But not accuracy at this point.
Gary, you require 32.
It's not all doom and gloom. You are afforded possibly 1 or 2 losses in this group. And still have the opportunity of coming through it.
8.
But for Gary Robson, that is now 5 missed match darts.
Kevin, you require
Kevin can't believe his
16.
luck. Double 8.
Game
Found,
shot on the 6th leg.
And
Kevin Painter.
23 darts is enough to get him a 3rd leg in succession. So that record of 10 last leg deciders lost by Gary Robson, let's see if he can get his
7th and
first
final
win.
leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
The hardest time to win a last leg decider is when you've been 3-0 up. I myself have been 5-0 up against someone, and then it was 5-5.
100.
Somehow came through it. But I assure you right now, Gary's not feeling particularly chipper. At 3-0, he was fine. At 3-1, you think, okay, just get it
60.
done. 3-2, you think, oh no, not this. And at 3-3, it's just experience and resilience.
39.
Experience and resilience is something that Gary has a lot of.
125.
And if I was to have a little whisper in his ear, as opposed to the one I had with Kevin earlier, maybe I could remind him that they played each other in a UK Open qualifier back in 2007.
100.
And Gary won it by 5 legs to 3. That game 15 years ago. Almost to the day. 11th of February 2007.
59.
Kevin has got to be crafty here. Got to go to the 20s at some point. Might go back to 18s now. And that's
92.
a lovely last start to leave the 170.
Gary, you require 157.
And we've only had one 170 checkout in the last couple of weeks.
81.
That came from Robert Rickwood.
Kevin, you require
and he hit that when his opponent was on a double. We're not going to get a second just yet.
85. Gary, you require 76.
He's missed 5 match darts already. Is he going to get another one? Yes, it's at the bull.
51.
So that's 3 different visits that have seen a match
Kevin,
dart
you
for Gary.
require 85.
Is he going to have his pocket picked here in his first match of the week? Looks like 15s. Gets 3 of them. Tops. The characteristic pause. Tops has been good to him.
45.
But not right there. He went for the guide. It was a great shot, but it just didn't go in.
Gary, you require 25.
Double 8 once again. He's missed 6 match darts.
Game,
But not a
shots,
7th.
and the match.
He's got
Gary
over the
Robson.
line. What a strange game that was. That's good. Everybody's shaking their heads. The averages weren't great, but it was a really interesting contest. The doubles were very similar. The checkouts, they will have to improve throughout the course of the day, but that was a really interesting first game for those competitors. We're going to go forward and see a little bit more of Wolfie, as he's the only person who's really played at a really high level so far, averaging 101 in his first game. But he's up against Jason Hogg, who came up short in his first game. Welcome back to match number 4 of Tuesday's action here at the Online Darts Live League. It's Martin Adams up against Jason Hogg next as we start our second round of matches. All went according to plan for Martin Adams in his first game. Not so for Jason. But Jason did bank himself his first leg win in that first match against Robert Owen. So he has something to build on. But if Adams does maintain what he did against Mike Warburton in match number 2, then Jason's going to have a lot of problems.
First leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
We've already seen the weird and the wonderful from round 1 today. The wonderful from Martin. The wonderful from Owen. And
100.
the weird from Robbo and Painter. But that was an entertaining 7-leg match. We'll see more from Kevin as he takes on Robert Owen after this. But Adams looked really polished
90.
in his last match. He was in typical buoyant fettle this morning. Asking everybody who they've been hanging around with lately,
39.
how they are. Just a pleasurable person to be around. No matter which tournament he is participating in. And of course Martin will be participating in the WDF World Championship in a couple of months.
140.
Jason Hogg, though, this season is concentrating on the Challenge Tour.
140.
He's already had some decent runs there too. Back on the schedule at the end of January, which saw one of our Live League friends, Scott Williams, have such a prolific time.
123.
Jason Hogg found himself improving every day. He lost in the first round to Jared Cole in event number 1. But after that, last 32, another last 32.
92.
Then a last 16 where he lost out to Gavin Carlin.
148.
And then lost in the quarterfinals in the last event that he participated in on the 23rd of January. And lost out to Stephen Burton.
90.
Magic last start there.
Jason, you require 130.
Using the angle from the right-hand side really well. And Jason's got to find 60 in bull.
65.
So Adams putting
Robson, you require
something
58.
together at the start once again. Double top. We'll give him a break of throw in leg 1.
Game shot on the first
Boy, does he look good.
Martin Adams.
And everybody's going to enjoy him playing darts if he keeps this up, because 58 in 2 for a 14 dart break, and Hogg's got problems early.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
One of the stranger statistics over the last couple of years, because Wolfie was, of course, part of the Live League at its inception, back at the start of lockdown in 2020.
60.
Playing in that living room with the picture of Eric Bristow over his shoulder. If you haven't seen that before, find it. It'll be on YouTube somewhere.
92.
He's been with us the whole time, and he's thoroughly enjoyed it. I've had the pleasure of calling some of his matches and playing against him during that first lockdown, which was, for me, a real privilege.
100.
But one of the strange statistics about him playing last year was that his largest finish was 160. He didn't get anything
59.
at the top end of the scale with a bullseye on the end, like a 161, a 164, or even the maximum 170. So just when you think he's done pretty much everything in the sport,
140.
he hasn't hit a 170 in this room. So there's always something to do. He did have one of the biggest averages though here last year, 111.33.
60.
Definitely one of the top 10 performances of the season. Adams is just plodding along at this 100 average level today.
100.
And it all looks good. Jason's regressed somewhat from match 1 to match 2.
100.
A steady average there of 87,
Martin,
which is around
101.
the 17 darts per leg kind of range, but you're going to need better than that against Martin in this mood. That's for sure. That's a bit of a miss. That's
77. Jason, you require 150.
Now, Jason, which route do you fancy? Jason, one of those players who uses the old school
50.
dart. He's not one for
Martin, you require
fancy
24.
glitzy equipment. They look like trusty
Game shot on the
old
second
arrows, those
leg.
ones. But Martin Adams is using a new set, I believe, over the last few weeks, and they're working really well as he opens up a 2-leg cushion very early here.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
It is the tail of the tape for the day. Owen did it. Adams did it in his first match. Gary
60.
Robson did it. I just hope Martin's okay. Maybe he's got something stuck in his throat, or maybe something went down the wrong way. As long as he's all right, that's the main thing. And in this match, Martin has opened up that 2-leg cushion
100.
as well. The last time he got it, he doubled up and got a 4-0. If you think dart players are immune to things happening to them when they're on the yockey, you'd be wrong. I remember playing in an Australian tournament against Kevin McDine in the semi-finals, and I had something in my eye, and I couldn't get it out for about 2 or 3 minutes.
44.
And that was before we played the last leg of the contest. In typically British fashion, what we do is try to keep calm and carry on. But what I would say to any sports people, particularly dart players, because that's my forte, if something is bothering you, if you can fix it before you go forward to the oche, because you don't want to be distracted in a sport that is a matter of millimetres between greatness and mediocrity.
100.
I mentioned the lack of high bullseye finishes for Martin in 2021. He did provide us with a 9-darter.
60.
And he also got a 9-darter in 2020 as well, at home against James Hubbard. Now there isn't a prize for a 9-darter in the league phase of the Online Darts Live League this year. But when we get to Champions Week, whenever that is this year,
100.
because we have 4 qualifying weeks, then Champions Week. In the Champions Week, there is a rolling 9-dart prize. I'll talk about that more in a second, because Jason's on tops.
16.
He's still on tops.
Martin, you require 102.
For the double break, he needs 51 and bull. It's a nice leave. Jason needs to get on the board here.
40.
That looks like a decent guide to me. Doesn't matter anymore.
30.
He's going to pay the price for that. You cannot throw 7 visits with no double at the end completed against Martin Adams. Am I right or wrong?
Game shot on the
Unfortunately,
third leg.
most of the
Martin
time when I'm
Adams.
sitting in this chair, I am right. And on this occasion, Martin has just proven You cannot throw that many darts and not complete it.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin's making this 88 average look like his D game. That's one of the reasons why he's had such a great career.
23.
Because if you can have a game where you average 88 and still win comfortably, you think, I can play so much better than that. He's not only got an A game, he's got a
45.
B game, a C game, and a D game that can win. They do not build dart players like Martin Adams anymore. Believe me. You look at the new school coming through.
95.
They don't play like him. They don't behave like him.
$60.
He's the only dart player I have known in this building who at the end of a session said, would you like some help with the clearing up? That just goes to show the class
100.
of the man. Better from Hogg. Much better. That's what he's looking for. I'm just trying to catch that nickname on the back of his shirt. I was hoping it was going to say Hedge, because that would make him Jason Hedgehog. Well, he's just shaking his head at me saying that.
100.
Maybe you can see it. Well, I won't call you Hedgehog anymore, Jason, because you're bigger than me.
$60.
6 darts from 183 for Adams to be perfect today. 2 games, 2 wins, 8 legs in a row. That would put him at the top of the table on his own after a couple of games. But of course, Gary Robson and Robert Owen will follow to try and catch him on 4 points. 2 points for a win, remember? 0 for a loss.
121. Martin, you require 138.
To finish the game with a 138. Now, where have I seen that before? Oh, that's right. 138 to finish a game. That was James Wade beating Phil Taylor in the Premier League.
60.
That's where that 138 finish was.
Jason, you require 75.
Single 18 leaves tops. Oh, that's
36.
a wide. And Adams can punish.
Martin, you require 78.
It hasn't been as high class a contest as a previous one from Martin, but he does have a match dart at tops. Oh, he's in the next door.
Jason,
maybe a tiny glance
39.
off his own flight, which deviated it. But ultimately, Jason Hogg does come back for double 10. He's missed 2 more shots.
Martin, you require 30.
So the man called Hogger is not hogging Wolfie. Double 4.
26.
And 3 match darts have gone now at 3 different targets.
Jason, you require 5.
Just make sure of the 1 first. Just about gets it. And the double 2 was found, so he's not going to be bageled in this game. He wasn't bageled in his first game, but he did lose by 4 legs to 1. Will that still be the case, as Adams still holds the advantage at 3-1?
Fifth leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
I have talked about how in Group A, the winner of the group goes through to Saturday night's finals, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. Come Saturday night in the UK. That will be from 10 p.m. But Sporty Stuff TV will also show live coverage of Group B, which will be 10 p.m. on Thursday
41.
and Friday night. That Group B schedule will involve places 2 and 3 from this group come the end of tomorrow's session. And the
59.
following 3 players: Paul Hogan, Sean Griffiths, and Scott Williams. The ranked #1 player in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Someone who was playing stunningly this year.
140.
As for the bottom half of the players in this group, they will go to Group C, which will be live on YouTube and via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker
40.
come 9:30 on Thursday and Friday morning. So the bottom 3 players will also have to contend with Diogo Portela of Brazil, Graham Usher, and Daryl Pilgrim.
100.
Does Hogg use the 18s? Silly Jason.
94.
He got that wrong. Should have gone to the 18s with Dart 2. And if he had, the likelihood is he would have been on a finish. But he's given Adams 6 darts from 220 to get the 4-1 win.
100.
Is that a frailty in the Jason Hogg game? Commonly known these days as doing a de Souza.
98. Martin, you require
Now he has to rely
120.
on Martin missing this. He's had a dart at tops for the match in the previous leg. He gets another crack at it.
80.
And he misses this time,
Jason,
where
you
the line is
require
better, but the
70.
weight too much. 17 for bull or treble for double 8. That's what's left. There's an aggressive try. It is the bull.
45.
So he's given Martin Adams
require
4
40.
match darts. And these.
Game, shots,
Doesn't need any
and the
more.
match.
That is
Martin
number 5.
Adams.
Planted in the tops. And he wins the 5th game of the day. Martin Adams, really, really impressive. At times, especially early in that match. In fact, it's not the 5th game of the day. It's actually the 4th. But 82 is good enough. 40% on the doubles. And the high checkout of 58. It is 4 points from 4 for Martin Adams at the start. Let's see who can catch him over the next couple of games in round 2. First up, it's Painter coming back up against Robert Owen, who was very good in match 1 today. Bit of a Gavin and Stacey match coming up for you now in match number 5. It's going to be Essex versus Wales. So it is Kevin Painter up against Robert Owen. Owen was impressive in his first game. Will he be in his second match in round 2? Two very vibrant dart shirts here. If you didn't think there was a darts tournament going on, you'd think it was the 80s out there. It's almost like these guys can hear me. Every time I try to pull a pun, one of them is smiling. Painter, who is living in the town of Rugby now. Fine town in Warwickshire. Spent a bit of time practicing with Kevin in that town in the past. But I know a thing or two about Bridgend 2.
First leg, it's
one of our
Kevin to throw
sponsors
first.
is
Game on.
based. The great Red Dragon. They, of course, have been supplying us with the Winmore dartboards that we use here at the Online Darts Live League. We're using the Blade 6 dual cord board today. And if you are on the search for a new dartboard, just type into your search engine Red Dragon Darts and you will find the right place. Much to improve on for Kevin,
92.
who had the superior average against Gary Robson, but unfortunately fell to Gary by 4 legs to 3, who got his first ever Live League last leg shootout win.
140.
But Owen in his first game was very
55.
good. Mid-90s average, high doubles percentage. Lots of 180s. He got 4 of them.
100.
I spoke to a few people this morning and they had a sneaky suspicion that Robert Owen might win this group. They might be onto something.
100.
That awkward style, as you can see, where he puts all of the weight on his right hip
100.
and then pushes the dart through
Kevin,
the air.
you require 136.
But it works.
56.
Boy, was
Robert,
that
you require
unconventional from Kevin. I didn't
120.
expect him to go 18s with 116 left and 2 darts. Surely the play there was getting
80.
the 20, then going
Kevin,
to
you
get 4
require
19s to
80.
lead tops. Is he going to be left on tops anyway? No, is the answer to that question. But
Game
double 10's
shot
good
on the
enough.
first leg. Kevin Painter.
What a strange first leg that was. The good thing about that second dart is it was nowhere near the one section of the board that would have busted his score.
To throw first.
So first leg Painter, that is an improvement on what we saw earlier.
140.
And what we have seen in every game up to this point is someone taking a 2-0 lead. So over to you, Kevin. You've got to keep that streak going now. I'd like to thank everybody for getting in touch on social media this morning. Robert's shirt sponsor,
140.
Darts Unique, have got in touch. I'm sure they're watching on, hoping that
81.
he's going to do well. I'm sure he's going to have a great week. He has won, of course, in a week before here at the Live League, and he'll be looking to do that again.
140.
I've been asked by Blake Longshore what my favourite moments of the World Seniors were.
41.
I'll talk about that in the next leg.
Robert, you require 81.
Let's give Robert the chance to take this 81 first. Now, he is a double 16 merchant
49.
because of the way his darts sit in the board. They're flight low and they're king to the left. It's a very unique style.
81. Robert, you require 32.
And it's a style he delivers quickly. He doesn't hang around.
Game shot on the second
Very good leg from Robert Owen. Loses the first leg, but his riposte to that is a 14 darter. Really good accuracy from the Welshman, who draws level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
So favourite moments from the World Seniors Championship. of course, the Wolfie game where he had
95.
an absolute dinner full of finishes against Richie Howson. That was quite incredible. And I managed to commentate on that one as well, which was a nice feather in my cap. I really enjoyed the Painter O'Shea game.
95.
That was making me sweat. I fear to think how Kevin was feeling at the time. Because let's not forget he was 2 sets to 0 up. We're going into the later part of the tournament. I'd probably remember it most
180.
as we see another 180 from Robert Owen. We've had plenty of those from him today. I'm going to remember it the most because at the start of the tournament, I tipped Adams and Thornton to make the final, and they did. And I think the form of the top players shone through.
140.
I think the right person won the tournament. I think it's a great story. And I think the careers of Adams, Painter, and Thornton,
140.
wherever they go,
Robert, you require
are far
86.
from done. Oh, that's a great first start if you're on 112, but he's not.
46. Kevin, you require 112.
That was all very, very scruffy. Now, Painter's going to go for the 60 here, and he's going to find it. That's a lovely dart.
80. Robert, you require 40.
It's not 32 this time for Robert. Now, does he go right or left here?
Game
I
shot
don't
on the
know
third
how
leg.
that goes
Robert
in.
Owen.
I don't know how he does that. It's really, really simple. The way his darts land, I have no idea how that goes in there.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It's the equivalent of having a striker at the front post who's going to flick it on, and instead of it going to your next striker, it goes in the back of the net.
140.
Incredible dart from Stack Attack.
180.
There is a saying, of course, that there's more than one way to, but I'm not going to finish that sentence for obvious reasons. I'm going to say there's more than one way to win a leg.
80.
Or there's more than one way to hit tops. That's a really good one. Let's just stick with that one, shall we? Painter finally dips his bread in the 180 column. Did get himself a couple in his first game, but that was probably the highlight.
55.
First game today where someone has not taken a 2-0 lead. Watch out for Kevin talking to himself after every dart. This is a characteristic of his game, which I quite like. He gives himself a reminder before the dart is delivered every time.
59. Kevin, you require 82.
Whether he says up, down, hard. It's a bit like he's playing curling. But this is darts.
66.
And we now have to
Robert,
see
you require
if
167.
I did say if.
99. Kevin, you require
For a
60.
break of throw, he needs double 8.
Game shot on the
That's
fourth
in.
leg.
Confirmed by our referee. That's a good leg from Kevin Painter, it has to be said. Heavy scoring in the early part of that leg. Gave him the multiple opportunities that he needed to complete the fourth leg.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $96.
If you have been tuning into the live league the last couple of weeks, I hope you've enjoyed it. And Chris Mason's done a great job of looking after you from this seat.
140.
You'll have the company of myself all the way through to Saturday night's finals. Where we will crown a champion on Saturday who will get the £2,000 bonus. Kevin Painter with his second 180 of the match. He now leads that statistic. Not for long. It's 2-2 as Robert Owen responds. And things are getting
123.
really good here. Great leg from both players. What I was going to say is, for the next couple of weeks after this, you'll have
100.
the company
Kevin,
of Chris
you require
Murphy.
102.
So I am the sandwich. Well, I am the meat in a Chris sandwich. 2 weeks of Mason, 2 weeks of Murphy, and in the middle you've got me. 83. Turns into 66 with one dart. And we all know you can't complete that with one dart on this dartboard.
Robert, you require 81.
Owen looking to break straight back. Bullseye.
56.
This is a much improved performance from Kevin Painter.
36.
Double 18. Still open.
27.
Not to be. And he's given it a real stare. He really should be 3-2 up. He knows that.
25.
But the man averaging over 100 in this match could well be 3-2 up now himself.
Game
and is.
shot on the fifth leg.
That's the difference
Robert
between
Owen.
the two at this point. Stack Attack takes his chance. 3-2 up. And he does have the more superior average by quite some distance.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
In
Game
fact,
on.
he's ahead by 10.06 points. They're just a guide. These players don't care about averages.
58.
They just want to have the 4 legs and the 2 points. And if the 2 points go the way of Robert Owen, he will draw
71.
level with Wolfie on that mark. And it would also put Kevin in trouble on 0 points after 2 matches.
60.
It will be 3 more games for these players post this match.
100.
They both played in groups last year where it was 3 days, playing on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, but now they've got to get used to playing groups
60.
that are only 2 days. I love this new truncated format. In fact, I think it makes the first group of the week a bit more urgent as we find a 5th 180 of the game. 3rd for Painter.
$140. Kevin, you require
He's got a luxury of 2 visits here. How he would like to just get rid of it immediately. 72 left.
94.
That'll do. Here comes the pressure. He didn't just go 180 to leave 3.
Kevin, you require 56.
What are you playing at, Rob? He was trying to dead cat Kevin Painter there. Has it worked?
Game shot
No,
on the
it
sixth
hasn't.
leg. Kevin Painter.
I like that play from Painter, just ruthless on that double 10. He was trying to stay focused as the other person was trying to put him off
Seventh and
with a
final
needless
leg. It's
180.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I know it's a bit of a controversial phrase at the moment.
100.
That's what we've called that kind of 180 for the last 7 or 8 years. It's the needless 180. Tactically, it doesn't make sense, but you try and hit it
41.
to make your opponent think about what you're doing and not what they're doing.
$60.
So for the second match in succession for Painter, he's going to leg 7. This time he has the darts. But for how long? 180 number 6 in this game. They now have 3 each.
39.
And if Kevin keeps losing, last leg deciders today, the steam will start to be visible from his ears. Trust me, if I was in that sort of predicament, it would be protruding from my ears too. Good tactics from Kevin. Trying to leave that 170. He's not going to get there.
96. Robert, you require 140.
So 6 darts from here against the throw. Looks inevitable that Owen is going to win.
100.
It's a really good last leg. But a player of Kevin's quality gets a 180. And he's got 4 now. He had the most 180s and lost in his first game. He could have the most 180s here and lose again.
Game,
and that's the case.
And the match.
That's a world-class last leg from Robert Owen, who finds a 13-darter to kill off Painter with a 100 average, the second of the day. One from Martin Adams a little bit earlier, but really good level of consistent play from Owen after a 95 average earlier. And 57% on the doubles yet again. World class from the Welshman, who's 2 from 2. Painter, unfortunately, 2 losses from his 2 games. The last match in round 2 is going to be Mike Warburton up against Gary Robson. Robbo just survived his first game. What happens in the next one? Let's bring an end to round number 2 now of the matches that we've had so far for Tuesday. Gary Robson now up against Mike Warburton, and one of them has points, the other one hasn't. So let the chasing pack do their work, as we have 2 players on 4 points in the overall table. It's not that Mike played poorly in his first game. He did average 90. But he was up against someone who has put in the biggest average of the day. But in fact, the lowest average of the day has come from this man, but he got a win. Oh, the complexities of darts.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
There's been a lot made over the last few days about winning ugly. Something that Joe Cullen did at the weekend in Wigan, where he picked up the double.
60.
Winning 14 consecutive matches. But even Joe on Saturday night was saying that he did not play particularly well in the early stages of Saturday's
100.
play, but played well when he needed to. And if that's the case for Robbo here, he started off on a winning foot, but standard-wise, he will know he'll have to produce more.
100.
It was only this morning that I was made aware of the fact that Robson had played 10
62.
last leg deciders previously here and lost all 10. But now that statistic has been erased from my sheet and we no longer have to talk about it.
100.
And there is Warburton dipping his bread. Very good first leg from Mike, who has a wealth of experience in this room. A lot more than Gary.
60.
But like Adams,
Mike require 161.
Warburton has been playing live league darts throughout the first lockdown from his home in North Wales and here at the studio last year as well.
65.
Sensible play there to leave the 2 darter from Warby.
$96. Mike require
Robbo not able
96.
to catch Warburton enough, or indeed to get into the finishing area. Warburton could slide one over the top of that one for double 8. Just over pitches it.
56.
This is where you can have that range finder for the next leg. You expect your opponent to take
133.
that 40 out, but it's funny how Gary Robson
Mike
didn't go for a
require
180 on
40.
183 there. Take note, Robert Owen.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
first
leg from Mike.
My Warburton.
16 darter is around the 94 average mark for the starting leg in this contest, and if he can stick around that, he might be
Second
too
leg,
strong
it's
for Gary.
to throw first. Game on.
But this is a good sign. The last visit before this one
140.
was really good. That's good. So he's trending in the right direction. And boy, do we use that word trending a lot these days. I keep looking at these flights of Mike Warburton.
60.
I know they're the same colours as his dart shirt, a bit of red and green to signify that he's from Wales, but I don't know why, but they've got a bit of an Italian
100.
look to them. I don't know whether that's blasphemous. I'm going to take that back, because Mike is going to have me for saying that.
60.
Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about another dart player who you're going to see later in the week. Scott Williams tweeted me in the last half an hour, telling me and reminding
41.
me that yes, he is number 1 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, but also the best looking as well. I'm not gonna rebuff that, Scott, but you're not my type. You're my kind of dart player, though, because you're fast, you're good, and we're going to see you this week. So, safe travels. See you on Thursday.
41.
Don't be afraid to get in touch on social media if you so choose. Let us know what you're doing watching the live league today. Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you working from home?
$81.
In this group that is 2 days, and I've already said it today, I'm already seeing more urgency from day 1 in Group A
97.
than I saw last year. A lot of players found themselves on Monday just getting into their rhythm, figuring something out. Having a bad day on Monday wasn't the be-all and end-all, but now, coming in on Tuesday,
100.
you can see the gritted
Gary
teeth of
require
Warburton.
82.
He understands that this is a more urgent situation. It's the bullseye.
Game
It
shot
is
on
the
second
bullseye.
leg. Gary
Whoa, that was a
Robson.
beautiful bullseye as well. That deserves an instant replay. Lovely jubbly.
Third leg.
Nowhere
it's
near
Mike
the
to throw
wire. That's the
first.
kind of bullseye
Game
you
on.
want to plug. That was a very interesting play there from Gary, actually. Whether you agree with it or
41.
not, it was very well done. Most people will go for the bullseye on the 82 these days, but you either use the bullseye at the beginning or the
60.
end. And he chose the end, and it worked. Last year, Mike Warburton had one of the hottest spells
60.
of any player in this tournament. He had a day where he put in multiple hundred averages. And I'm not just talking
100.
about, you know, a tiny bit above 100. I'm talking about way above 100. His personal best is 115.62, which is the equivalent of 13 darts per leg.
140.
So in that match, he completed 4 legs of darts in 52 darts.
60.
You could go your whole life without doing that. But Warburton showed at that point that he really could perform. Yet another ton plus average in his next game as well. So watch out for those hot spells with him.
140.
The previous statistics tell us a lot about Mike. That tells us that Gary Robson's on 101.
Mike to require 120.
I make that Gary Robson's first maximum of the day, but is this Warburton for 2-1?
80. Gary, you require 101.
Is it 19s? Oh, there you see, he really likes to go treble 14 on
53.
82, whether it's 3 darts
Mike
in hand
required
or 2.
40.
So that's his play. Double 10 is the play here.
Game shot on the
That's
third
a gorgeous
leg.
start from Mike.
Warburton.
He gets himself 2-1 in front. I'm really enjoying watching Mike play because technically he is one of the best darts throwers that you
Fourth
could
leg,
possibly
it's Gary
watch.
to throw first. Game on.
With Gary, you've got that double prod. The dart comes back towards the nose, and then the twist of the hand.
125.
It's an action that is all his own, but look at this from Warburton. A gorgeous darts throw. Side on. Lovely angle of that forearm pointing to the
41.
sky. Simple back and through. It's about as good as it gets. And I am someone who does
26.
look at the technical aspects of throws quite a lot, like some other analysts within the game, but there aren't many better than this guy. It's so simple, and you wonder
100.
if anything could possibly go wrong with it. There's no cupping of the hand, there's no spinning of the dart. It's as if he walked into a room, there were a set of darts on the table, he picked them up and started to throw them like this.
140.
That's natural talent. Look at the effort in the throw as well. There's nothing.
100.
The dart is doing all of the work. Yes, he's using his right arm to project it through the air, but there's no violence in the follow through.
100.
Whereas Gary's just placing them through the air with that cupped hand. That's enough of darts coaching 101 right there, but is this? Yes, it is. A second maximum for Warburton.
Gary, you require 110.
That could spell trouble for Gary if he doesn't find 18 and double 16.
78.
Fine try.
Mike, you require 80.
So it's a complete 260 in 2 visits. He needs to go further north. And further north still.
60. Gary, you require 32.
Not quite getting to the north pole of the dartboard. Now, that is really tricky. This one's got to be bent around the first one.
Game
Oh, it's
shot on
in
the
as
fourth
well.
leg. Gary
Look at the
Robson.
angles of those darts. Sickening blow from Gary Robson. I tell you what, kudos to our camera operator there, because they showed you the angle of every
Fifth
dart that
leg,
was
it's
thrown
Mike
there.
to
They
throw
were everywhere.
first. Game on.
A dart that blocked the 32. It was straight in the board. The next one, skewed to the right. And the next one, from the
140.
left-hand side. Always reminds me of that great Sid Waddell phrasing from when Dennis Priestley was playing at the Circus Tavern.
125.
Dennis is getting these darts to land with more angles than a hypotenuse ever dreamed of. Incredible words from one of the greatest sports commentators of all time.
140.
And if you don't know what a hypotenuse is, what did you get for maths at school?
$100.
I'm trying to put it into words, actually. What is a hypotenuse? I think it's the line that connects an X and a Y axis in a triangle. Isn't that right?
60.
Anyway, enough maths for a Tuesday. You're probably away from work thinking, I don't want to talk about maths. I want to talk about darts. I want to watch darts.
57.
Well, in the table so far, you've got
Mike,
Owen
you require
and Wolfie on 4
161.
points. You've got Robbo on 2. The other 3 on 0. So Robson does have an opportunity
97.
to pressurise Mike's position here. Because that 64 is by no means a gimme. Going to have to use the 19s at some point. You'd much rather leave 120
99.
than 119.
Mike, you require 64.
Double 16 is the option taken.
Game shot on the
Good
fifth
option as
leg.
well.
Mike
15 darter
Warburton.
from Mike Warburton. The average is around 92 now. This is a much improved performance from Gary Robson,
Sixth leg,
average-wise,
it's Gary to throw
compared
first.
to his first
Game
game.
on.
In fact, it's about 14 better in the average, but he's still losing.
99.
This is the end of round 2 at the climax of this match.
100.
And if Robson does win from here, and getting his second last leg decider win, you'd have 3 players on the same points
97.
of 0 and 3 players on 4. Not the position you want to be in if you're the players on 0, because you're constantly going to be chasing these guys.
100.
But the good thing about this group is that only one player can go through it. Someone's going to get Thursday and Friday off and a guaranteed ticket to Saturday night.
140.
Warburton has played many times on a Saturday night and never won. Robson has played on a Saturday night and never won.
100.
Gary won't be happy that he's left 165.
58.
And he's not going to be happy that he's left 107 either. If you're Warburton here, you're thinking, if I leave 96 or less, I've got a super chance of winning 4-2.
Gary, you require
That is the
107.
ideal time for a 177. He's still alive, but that might be it now.
31.
That 177 really did
Mike
magnify the
required
pressure on that
24.
checkout. Mistakes were made by Gary. Does Warburton finish the match?
Game, shots,
He uses the
and
guide
match.
to
My
perfection.
Warburton.
He put in the 177 from 201. He left the double 12, and it's a really good performance. He's going in the right direction, so everybody watch out for Warburton. He gets his first 2 points with a 93.1 average, 44% on the doubles. I don't think that tells the full story about how good his finishing was in that match. But Robson has improved average-wise. He's going to need to improve even more to get more points. We're going to go into round 3 next, and our first look in round 3 is Painter against Hogg. As we go into round number 3 of our matches for Tuesday, we now have 2 players in match number 7 who are yet to get off the mark. So one of them is about to. Will it be an arduous affair, or is someone going to hit their strides? Let's find out as Painter takes on Jason Hogg. It's a change of flights for Jason Hogg. Is it a change of shape, or just a change of colour? Sometimes it can make all the difference. It hasn't been that great a debut day for Jason so far, but there are opportunities for him to get a positive day before he goes into Wednesday. I look at Kevin Painter now, and I don't see him looking 54. He looks
First
more
leg,
like
it's
mid-40s to me.
First.
He's been looking
on.
after himself the last couple of years. Looking very trim. Kev always got a really impeccable haircut, shiny shoes, freshly pressed trousers.
100.
Always prides himself on always looking the part.
96.
And I think if you were to meet Kevin at an exhibition and get some advice from him if you were a budding dart player, one of the first things he would say to you would be, when you wake up in the morning, have some pride in your appearance. Make yourself feel good before you grace the hockey, and that is good advice.
85.
Don't turn up with a shirt that's creased. Don't turn up with scruffy looking shoes. That's just what he would tell you. And then he would give you some darts advice.
57.
But you'll never see Kevin Painter with his hair out of place, with a creased shirt.
90.
Or with scruffy looking shoes. one thing I can tell you about these two is that they have played each
100.
other 3 different times before. They've played in 3 different types of events: a UK Open qualifier,
60.
a Players' Championship,
Jason, you require
and
104.
in a UK Open. Unfortunately for Jason, he's lost on all 3 occasions. And he misses the treble 16 for double 18 there.
54.
So Painter gets a crack at the big
Kevin,
one.
you require 170. 50.
I like that play. When you get
Jason,
25 at the
require
first 2,
50.
just trim off another 25 to leave 120. Double top for Jason.
Game shot on
That's
the first
better.
leg.
That's not
Jason
bad.
Hogg.
So 6 visits to take that first leg for Jason Hogg, and he now has something to build on in the early part of a match, as opposed to later when he's just been
Second leg,
snagging
it's
the
Kevin
odd
to
leg.
throw first. Game on.
You might think that Kevin just wasn't ready to throw that, but maybe when you do that, it's because one of your stems comes loose, and you don't want to throw it with the risk of it falling out of the barrel.
140.
And I think Charlie's just putting his foot down about the exclusion zone there a little bit. But as I was saying about Kevin,
55.
if you're not ready to throw, don't throw. There's nobody telling you what to do out here.
140.
Dart players are lonely people on the hockey. They don't have help. The only person who can help you is yourself. And if you're not ready to throw, have the courage of your convictions
54.
to stop and reset. And what did Kevin do? He threw a 140. It was the right thing to do.
121.
Now, you might think that that was a bad last dart, but funnily enough, it was a good one. It wasn't intended, but he had to hit that small odd number
46.
at some point.
Kevin,
Might
you
as well get it out the way.
100.
No shot at double 10.
60.
So he has a small matter of a 306-point lead here. Comes back for
59.
tops
Kevin, you
under
require
0
40.
pressure. That might be in the way a little bit.
20.
It was in the way. Doesn't want one of those legs where he's massively in front. And all of a sudden he's under pressure to hit the double.
100.
And the double keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Kevin, you require 20.
Just want to get rid of these legs. Well, I think you should bust this.
No
And
score.
I think he's done the right thing. But unfortunately, this leg was being bossed by Kevin, and it's just got a bit more questionable.
99. Kevin, you require 20.
Back to double 10. Boy, is he getting close to it without hitting it.
Game
But that's
shot
a
on the
lovely
second
dart.
leg.
That's
Kevin
all he
Painter.
could see. He couldn't see the top of that double 10, but he could see the bottom half. So that's where he went. Pure shot, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first.
In these games, you are going to be embroiled sometimes in what is
60.
not a good match. The averages reflect, after 2 legs played, mid-70s averages. You have one job
140.
in these games: just get the win. When they did play in the UK Open, and it was 9 years ago,
26.
Kevin won by 9 legs to 1. I'd say that was pretty commanding.
136.
That was around about the time where Jason Hogg made a semi-final in a UK Open qualifier. And nobody knew who he was.
100.
After that day, we were pretty much on watch when it came to Jason walking through the door. We realised that he was no mug.
65.
Better scoring performance here from Kevin. You always want to be on a finish after 9. Whether it's 170
60.
or even double 1.
Kevin, you require 160.
Almost gets a shot at tops as well. If you think
140.
me seeing double 1 after 9 is silly, I'm not being silly. I've seen Michael van Gerwen have a 10 darter on double 1. And that wasn't in an exhibition. That was in a Pro Tour match.
100. Kevin, you require
Double 10 again.
20.
He's had plenty of sighters at this. This one goes high on the double 5
Game
attempt.
shot on the
And a
third
good
leg.
fix as well.
Kevin Painter.
Painter doing well after going 1-0 down, has flipped the script. So 2-1 up for him, and he's starting to get his tail up.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I asked the question a little bit earlier of our audience. Are you working? Are you at home? Are you working from home? Matt's got in touch, saying he should be working from home, but he's hooked on the Online Darts Live League. Well, he loves to see 180s from Painter like that. That one was for you, Matt.
60.
Who's this one for?
140.
We were living in hope. There was a 9 darter in a UK Open regional qualifier
57.
at the weekend. I don't off the top of my head remember the name of the guy who hit it, but congratulations. And Kevin's having a really good scoring leg here.
135.
The amount of times you hit 9 darters and you lose the match, it's quite inordinate.
42. Kevin, you require
It's called the 9
46.
dart curse. Kevin almost left himself on
Game
double
shot on
2
the
there.
fourth leg.
But that is
Kevin
the
Painter.
best leg of the day from any player. And what a time to do it, because that gives him that 2-leg cushion, and he could be on the cusp of getting his first 2
Fifth
points.
leg, it's Jason to throw first.
I've been asked on a few occasions who got the most out of me when I practiced with other
100.
pros. I would have to say that Dave Chisnell got more out of me than anybody.
96.
But a close second is Kevin Painter. I used to go over to rugby. I used to play in a private room at a local club in rugby. And the sessions that Kevin and I used to put in were very
45.
intense. And while I remember this is a story I've always wanted to tell. We were playing a
85.
game. I won't bore you with the whole scheme of the game. But ultimately at the end, he was a certain amount of points ahead, and I needed to find 3 bullseyes at the end
60.
to beat him in this fun game. I hit the 3 bullseyes, and Kevin was ready to punch my lights out.
60.
Yeah, that was a fun day. But then he took it out on me when we played best of 11 5-1 after that. I'm sure he beat me 6-1. But those practice sessions were fun,
81.
which were mixed up with a little bit of snooker as well. Good times.
$60.
Just inviting Hogg in here to leave himself on a tidy finish with Kevin outside the 170 mark. And a finish will be left.
140.
And it's a manageable one too. That's big pressure. That's just
Jason, you
forceful
require
darts from
75.
Painter. 18 for tops to stay in the match.
35.
And he could well lose 4-1
Kevin,
again,
you require 60.
because it's already happened twice. Tops for Kevin. Double 10.
50.
And it's a double that's been either feast or famine in this match. 2 mismatched darts.
Jason, you require 40.
Jason's thinking, I'm glad I missed tops high now. But then he misses low.
Game shot on
Double
the
10
fifth leg.
again
Jason
has a
Hogg.
say in this match. Interesting times ahead, because Kevin Painter's matches so far have been really tight. Jason Hogg finally gets a second leg in a
Kevin
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Will he get a third? If he doesn't, it's going to be a third consecutive loss.
60.
The difference in the averages is rather large. 17 points.
140.
If you're a Kevin Painter fan, you're probably watching the right-hand side of the screen there as Jason Hogg gets 2 treble 20s.
31.
And saying to yourself, come on, Kevin, now's not the time to be shaking your head and thinking that the world's against you. You are always the master of your own destiny.
100.
Kevin just taking a pause before his next visit. He's thrown 6 darts and only scored 91. That has to change.
55.
A defeat to Robson by 4 legs to 3. A defeat to Owen by 4 legs to 3. Is that in his mind? That a lot of his games today are going to be
83.
won by or lost by tight margins. Needs a maximum to get on level terms here.
100.
He's the only person to get a maximum in this game. Jason Hogg has not had a maximum today so far.
78.
Well, that one gives Jason Hogg a look at 100. So the small 4 does get him to a 2-dart range.
97.
Painter
Jason,
is
you
gaining.
require 100.
He might still be 58 behind, but he's getting closer. Now what do you do? 57-38? And this will be some way to finish the
29.
match.
Kevin, you require 158.
We haven't had a ton plus out today so far. We might get one now.
Game
Oh, that's
shot
stunning.
and the match.
Painter
Kevin
with a
Blackson.
haymaker to win his first game of the day. And the biggest finish of the day so far before that was 82. And that was in the previous game. 158 from absolutely nowhere. I said he was gaining on him. I didn't think he was going to beat him to the tape like that. But 88.95, the average does reflect that Painter was the better player. And he does get his first 2 points. But the doubles need some work. But the double at the end didn't need any more work. 4-2 to Painter. Adams against Robson, an old school match from the England days of the 90s and the early noughties. That's next. But that last match was fun, wasn't it? Especially the last 3 darts. Kevin Painter has definitely got his chin up and his tail up now as he gets his first 2 points of the campaign. But let's move to people who already have points. Martin Adams has won all of his games so far today, 2 from 2. But Gary Robson is looking to join Martin Adams on 4 points here. These guys have known each other a long time. A very long time. Legends of the game in my eyes. A little bit of difference in the age.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But they've been battling each other for a long time now. Our records reflect that they have been dueling since 2003, but I'm pretty sure they've played each other a few times before that. In fact, Gary's only beaten Martin Adams 3 times, and those 3 occasions have all been televised. And the Finder Darts Masters in 2007, the International Darts League in 2007, and again the Finder Darts Masters in 2014.
60.
But they have met each other twice in finals. The Welsh Open in 2014 and the BDO International Open in 2010. Both went the way
81.
of Martin Adams by considerable margins. And I'll be fascinated to see where they're at today. Like I say, on quite a few occasions.
43.
I make a lot, and a lot of darts analysts and commentators make a lot of what's gone before. But that's just a guide as to what could possibly happen now.
77.
If you were looking at the form of these 2 guys coming into this, you'd have to have Martin Adams as a favourite because of what he's done in the recent weeks and what he's done this morning.
60.
If you go with that, I would agree with it. Averages today for Martin of 101.9 and 82.45. But
60.
He has not done much wrong. He's won 8 legs and lost 1. Just remember, if you are having a little bit of a gamble today on some of the outcomes of these games, whether it's the score, the most 180s, the king of the Ocky, of course, because we don't have any queens of the Ocky this week. King of the Ocky being winner of the match. Most 180s and highest checkout. If you do choose to have a gamble with your chosen bookmaker, please gamble responsibly. It's for over 18s only. And begambleaware.org online
83.
for more information about that.
Gary, you require 144.
We've had 1 ton plus checkout today. We're not going to get another right here.
96.
Adams
Martin,
knows a thing or 2 about things like this. I don't need to mention those string of finishes against Richie Howson at the Circus Tavern, which left
55.
my voice in tatters.
Gary, you require 48.
Well, double-double. Not intended,
Game
but
shot
taken.
First leg. Gary Robson.
Well, interesting times. First things first, I thought Gary might go big fat 16. He was going for the wire. If he pulled it into the 32,
Gary to throw first. Game
he's
on.
taking advantage of a somewhat fortunate leave of double 8, where he gets a break in 20 darts.
57.
I've had a tweet from one of our referees from the Live League. Owen Binks has got in touch just to confirm that a gentleman by the name of Matt Good from Harwich in Essex hit the 9-darter at Riley's in Norwich. That was the guy I was referring to in the last match, who hit a 9-darter over the weekend. He's qualified for the UK Open, so Matt Good, congratulations. What a good name to have.
59.
I wonder if he gets better. Should we call him Matt Great? If he's a Wayne's World fan, we'll call him Matt Most Excellent.
100.
Charlie's our referee this week, who does a terrific job. Owen and Charlie were our referees for most of 2021, and they refereed thousands of matches. We don't take our referees for granted here. We really do appreciate their work.
140.
Especially some of the guys who come to fill in as well, like Sir Garen Roderick and Andy Walsh. And Paul Hinks.
58. Martin, you require 161.
For the immediate break back, he's got 6 from here. Does he fancy it? If he'd have hit it, it would have been his biggest finish in this room.
137.
But if you'd have offered on a tiny little plate with an upturned hand, double 12 from 161, he would have said,
95.
Yeah, I'll partake in a bit of that.
Martin, you required 24.
Now we just gobble it up.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
second
consider
leg.
that one gobbled.
Martin Adams.
1-1. Martin Adams and Robson now take us into a best of 5 scenario, with us none the wiser as to who's going to come through this one.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
A lot was made last year of Group A being 3 days. And if Martin was involved
59.
in Group A, it's probably better for him at his age, although age is only a number, that maybe winning Group A was more beneficial for
96.
him than anybody else. That way he can have Thursday and Friday off and be fresh for Saturday night. So of all the players coming into this year's Live League,
140.
maybe this format does suit Martin Adams a little bit more, playing 2-day groups as opposed to 3-day groups. On the flip side of that,
140.
we're talking about a player who was owning the Live League in 2020 from home, playing 6 days a week. Now, we talk about grueling darts schedules. I remember playing Live League darts in 2020 with Martin, with Dave Evans, with Richie Edhouse. 6 days a week. They were
134.
tough. But boy, were they fun. And what's more, extremely therapeutic during a very difficult time. Is he going for the 180 here?
140.
Interesting.
Gary, you require 131.
Choice of angle there for Adams. Was he proven to be doing the right thing? I'm still not sure.
99. Martin, you require 77.
He would have left 37 had he hit the 180. But it's double 10.
Game shot on the
That
third
is
leg.
supreme
Martin
stuff from Adams, who all of a sudden, after losing the first leg on a double-double shot from Gary Robson,
Fourth leg,
has
it's
found
Gary to
himself
throw
confident
first. Game on.
and hitting the front. Been a lot made in the last few days about having a perfect game on doubles. Yes, I'm talking about you, Matthew Edgar. The words mountain and molehill come to mind.
190.
Well, it doesn't matter how big the mountain is or the molehill. Martin Adams could hit it. What an incredible third dart that was. But the reason I talk about the doubling aspect is because
100.
Robson is currently 100% on doubles, but he's already hit 2 of them. You don't see him asking for 200% on doubles, Matt. I'm only pulling your leg. By the way, Matt, love your new dart shirt.
45.
It's a lot better than your previous one, which looked like toothpaste. If you don't know who I'm talking about and you're a new viewer to the Online Darts Live League,
85.
I'm talking about Matthew Edgar, who, of course, played in Week 2. Had a great time of it, played some great stuff, but unfortunately just fell short in qualifying for Champions Week. Week 2 did see Mike Gillett as the victor on Saturday night / Sunday morning.
83.
Scott Baker came through, the speedster from Tipton. And Thibaut Tricol, our favourite darting Frenchman, has made it through as well.
100.
The other three who have booked their Champions Week spot: Andy Jenkins, Chaz Barstow, one of our Live League regulars, and Josh Payne, who was the first champion of a week in 2022, and boy did he deserve
55.
it. Great to see Josh playing well.
Gary, you require 76.
Robbo for 76. Double top.
56.
Now, 138. Not the first time we've seen these
Martin,
numbers
you
today.
require 138.
$78 remain. I thought for a second he was going to get that 54.
80.
I think Robson, for a microsecond,
Gary,
thought that he was as well.
20.
But he hasn't got the leg.
Flag.
That's
Gary
about as good a
Robson.
double 10 as you will ever see. And in this England versus England encounter, we're now down to best of 3, not best of 5.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've had the first miss at a double in this match. Adams 2 for 2. Robson now 2 from 3.
95.
But I'm not going to include his double 16, which left him on double 8.
$100.
These guys have played each other in a World Championship, of course, back in 2009, which was Gary Robson's best run in any World Championship, making the quarterfinals of the 09
140.
Lakeside Championship. Neither man would, of course, go on to win that yet.
81.
But Adams would win 3 Lakeside Championships. And he's looking to get a WDF World Championship in a couple of months. And there are many people who think that he will.
134.
He's going to have, I would say, a minimum
96.
of 2 Live League weeks
132.
and some other action leading up to that, so he will be sharp. How sharp is he on this 132? Oh, he's going to go for this. Look at Gary nodding.
97.
It was so open for business as well. A gaping hole in the middle of the board. And unfortunately, it was just a bad execution from Martin on that occasion.
100. Martin, you require 35.
If you are going to miss the bull, you want to leave something rather large, not a small number. 35's okay,
On the fifth leg.
especially when you're taking in
Martin
2 darts
Adams.
as well. And what I mean by that is you don't want to leave something less than 25. You want to leave the option of going for double 16, which is exactly what he take.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Did I say take? I meant took. Bad English for a Tuesday morning.
180.
First 180 of the match for Gary. Didn't get any maximums in his win of the day against Kevin Painter. And did get one in defeat to Mike Warburton in match 6.
100.
This, of course, is match number 8, the middle match of the day. After this, we'll have 7 more. When you hit that 4th maximum, sorry, the 4th maximum.
140.
Imagine hitting 4 maximums in a leg. You'd bust your score twice. When you get the 4th treble 20, you start thinking about it. Right now, Gary's thinking about a last leg decider, but he's got a job to do before we get there.
140.
In fact, 4 maximums is the most I've seen in a row in a competitive match.
135.
Came from Mervyn King. 2 180s at the end of one leg, which he lost, and then start the next leg with 2 180s. Remarkable.
140.
Good pressure.
Gary,
Robson should clean up
46.
this 46. Just gets the single. Double 16 now.
14.
So this is a possible out
Martin, you require
for a
121.
12 dart break and 2 points. How many times has he done this to people? How many times? Bullseye.
Game,
It's just what he
shot,
does.
And the match.
It's
Martin
executioner
Adams.
style finishing from Martin Adams. It's not an accident. It's just what he does. Boom. Just like that. Incredible stuff. Gary Robson having a fabulous leg and his best average of the day, but it isn't good enough to beat Martin Adams, who gets the highest check out of the encounter and a 96.1 average, which is his second best average of the day. So we are going forward to finishing round number 3 now, and we will do so with an all-Welsh clash this time, and it's Warby against Owen. We go from an all-English encounter to an all-Welsh encounter in this one, and this one has got potential because both won their last game. Who's going to win this one, though? Is it going to be Owen or Warburton? Warburton was good. I say that with an emphasised double O in the middle because he was very good against Gary Robson in winning by 4 legs to 2. But Robert Owen, so far today, impeccable is probably the right word. 2 wins from 2, and he's looking to keep pace with Martin Adams, who has got 3 wins from 3. The
First
mediator
leg,
for
it's
this one is
Robertson
Englishman
first.
Charlie
Game on.
Costafine once again.
$41.
Plenty of live league experience between these two. I didn't talk about something with Robert Owen earlier, about how much experience he's got. I suppose
60.
when you think of the live league, you'll think of Adams, you'll think of Warby, you'll think of some others. You know, think about Richie Burnett last year. He played more matches than anybody.
55.
Kevin Burness, James Richardson. But now, we really do have to put Robert Owen in the mix as a threat, as a stalwart,
60.
as a live league legend, because this game is his 200th. So, double century game up for Robert Owen. And he has won 107 so far for a very good win percentage. So congratulations to Robert Owen, who joins the 200 club, of which there are 5 members now. I've already mentioned the other 4.
100.
Burness, Richardson, Adams and Burnett. That's esteemed company, Rob.
$140.
They have played each other a couple of times in this room previously. Back in Phase 2 last year. And it was 1 game all. Warburton won by 4 legs to 3. And then Owen got his revenge the next day, winning by 4 legs to 1. Looking at the averages, though, on that occasion, wasn't
100.
that great a game on either occasion. So, room for improvement. We can't really get much from those games from last year either. This is a very different time. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then.
60.
So let's see what this
Robert,
game
you
can
require
provide
80.
us. Another one like that. Not a 5.
40.
He first names himself. Whenever a dart player calls out their first name, it's never a good sign. We've just seen a 1-2-1 to win the last leg. We're not going to see one here.
$45.
That
Robert,
kind
you
of shot
require 40.
is greeted with some disdain by Warburton, who now sees Owen going for double 10.
Game shot on the
And he
first
sees
leg.
himself
Robert
losing
Owen.
the first leg as well. So Warburton won't be happy with that. He won't be happy with the way the leg finished for himself, as well as losing the leg.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
You always want to scare that 1-2-1. You want to get the shot at the bull. But leaving yourself on 76 from 1-2-1, that just leaves a really bitter taste in your mouth. I was talking about some previous qualifiers for Champions Week in the previous
41.
match. And I was lauding praise on Josh Payne. Josh Payne has got the best individual average so far in a match this year. That's 113.49. But that still doesn't beat Mike Warburton's personal best on this hockey. And he does have the best personal best of any player in this group. In fact, it's the 3rd best live league average in this room. The 4th best overall. The only average that beats his, that wasn't on this hockey, was thrown by Boris Koltsov in 2020. And funnily enough, it was against Mike Warburton.
140. Mike, you require 155.
I'm not sure how that 3rd dart was a 20. Unbelievable collision.
$59.
He won't mind only scoring 59 there as long as he takes the 96. It's when you give your opponent 6 darts from 180 in this spot that really annoys you.
Mike, you require 96.
Simple equation of 60 and double 18. Made it look simple. Oh, that's a good switch.
64.
It wasn't intentional, but if you are going to miss double 18, you're better off hitting the 4 than the 18, in my opinion. I see trouble ahead.
46 left, yeah.
He's got 46. He's got 40.
63.
He's still got 40.
Mike, you require 32.
So he has dodged a bullet. He did give Robert Owen 6 darts from 180.
Game shot.
But he does manage to win the leg to draw level at 1-1. There's not many occasions where you're going to get away with that. So when it happens, take it and move on.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Going back to those averages. At 115 from Warburton last year, being the 4th best live league average that we've seen. Someone's going to have to go some to better
60.
the 117.2 by Kevin Burness last year, which was the 2nd best we've seen. And in phase 1 of week 1 last year is where we saw the
60.
record by Jason Askew. Over 118. But this is the point I wanted to make. If Mike Warburton
81.
had been the tiniest bit sharper on the doubles in his best performance, he would have the record. He would have been over 120.
140.
So he can get there. But replicating that is very, very difficult. I myself have averaged over 120 on
Robert,
2
you
occasions.
require 161.
And trust me, it's a rare feeling. You feel like you can miss nothing.
100.
Owen hits the front scoring-wise in this tied game at 1-1. If you've got your eye out for a game with Painter
Robert,
and Adams,
requires 61.
you're not going to have to wait that long. It's up to these guys as to how long.
Game shot on the
Robert
third
Owen
leg.
brings us a little bit closer to that. 61 checkout in 2. Very nice indeed, as he has no struggles on the northeast
Fourth leg,
corner.
it's Mike to throw first.
Isn't Welsh darts in such a good place at the minute? Gerwin Price, still world number 1.
60.
Warburton still eyeing up the pro circuit. Did have a little taste of Players' Championship action in 2021 and he loved it.
64.
Owen still harbours ambitions of getting back to the tour on a full-time basis. Johnny Clayton, the current World Grand Prix champion, Premier League champion, World Series of Darts champion. Yeah, Welsh Darts is in a pretty good place. And there are players
60.
coming through from Wales and players trying to re-establish themselves, the likes of Jamie Lewis and Mark Webster. Webster, who won himself a week here last year.
60.
I'd be very shocked not to see Mark play on this hockey this year as well. But just look what the Live League did for Jim Williams.
100.
He went on to win the Challenge Tour Order of Merit and he's now on tour for a couple of years. That's something that really does need to be embellished about this project. Just what it has done for people's careers. If you thought that Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse was a fluke from 2020, oh, how wrong you were.
42. Mike, you require 101.
Treble 19. Now it's treble 10.
49.
3 singles, but no sweat. Yet again, he can't afford to give Robert Owen 6 darts from 235. But it's a 180 from him, the first of the contest. Not his first of the day. He's been bashing those in. Don't give him another visit. Double 8.
Game shot on the
Really well
fourth
done.
leg.
Well
Mike
closed out by
Warburton.
Warburton. And he doesn't give Owen that chance to go 3-1 up. So this tight game remains locked at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
So where do we start about 2021? And what the Live League did for players? The most experienced
82.
Live League player of 2021, Richie Burnett, can't play here this year. He's on tour. He came through Q School. Robert Thornton, now the World Seniors Darts Championship winner.
100.
The World Senior Champion. You could call him that now. Jim Williams had many successful days here. He's now on tour.
95.
This is a vehicle for success. And it's going nowhere. These guys want to be the next success story.
60.
I just wonder what people can do as far as balancing playing here
100.
and elsewhere. You look at Scott Williams, he can play anywhere he wants this year. He's going to be in the Challenge Tour, he's going to be here, he's going to be at the Pro Tour as an alternate.
100.
You've got Adams who's going to play here, he's going to play WDF, he's going to be at the Seniors. Has the amateur game ever been healthier? Probably not.
140.
In fact, it hasn't been as healthy as this, ever. There's amateur darts circuit action too.
60.
More darts that you can poke a
Robert,
stick
you
at.
require 84.
Is Owen going to hit the front again? Sensible.
52.
I'll be back for 32. If Owen does win this match, there will be a 4-point gap between 3 players on 2 points and 2 players on 6.
90. Robert, you require 32.
Owen is fast becoming one of the favourites for
Game
this
shot
group,
on the fifth leg.
especially when
Robert
that 16
Owen.
darter gives him the lead once again. This is a good encounter, but now Warburton's got to fight. 2 straight legs or he will lose.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
It's just good again from Owen, isn't it? 90.38 the average at the end of that leg. 60% on the doubles, and that is the stat that really is popping off the page.
140.
First game, 57% on the doubles. Second game, 57% on the doubles. Where he will be at the end of this match, we
24.
don't know yet, but overall, the consistency is there. And he did say to me this morning that the job has been jacked in now. This is his primary focus.
100.
For some people, it will make a difference. For other players, it's extremely different.
100.
Jim Williams, who I've already mentioned. Johnny Clayton. Mark Webster. And many other players like to take their mind away from the game by working.
60.
Just look at Jeff Smith. Matt Campbell, of course, who played here last year from Canada. And Darren Webster has got them working on the tools in
100.
between Players' Championship events. These guys have got the tools all right.
60.
But if Owen wants to win this by 4 legs to 2, to cut the gap at the top of the table on leg difference to Wolfie, he's going to need to get a move on just like that. With a second 180 of the contest for him
141.
to be in 2 dart range. And he's going to get a look at it. His leg difference now is currently +4. A 4-2 win would get him to +6. 3 legs behind Wolfie,
120.
but on the same points, with Martin
Robert, you
to
require
play
97.
in game 14. Just to tantalise your taste buds a little bit. Double top. Is he going to bounce it in?
Game.
He's
shot,
done it
and
again!
match.
How
Robert
does he do
Owen.
that dart? Absolutely wicked. Look at this. Wicked deflection. Boing, just like that. I don't understand how it works, but that's twice today he's done it. It can't be an accident. Really good average again. And again, the consistency on the doubles is frightening. The same percentage for the 3rd game in succession for Stack Attack. He's going to get a new nickname at this rate. Mr. Consistent. 3 games from 3. Next game, it's Painter versus Adams. You don't need me to tell you what kind of enticing game that is. You're going to join us next, aren't you? Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, and this may be the match that you all wanted to watch. England legends going toe-to-toe. It's Essex versus Cambridgeshire. But there's a big smile on the face of Kevin Painter right now. He is in 3rd position on leg difference. But if he is to stand a chance of winning this group, I think this is a must-win game. Because if he doesn't win it, and Adams does, there's a 6-point gap.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Martin has been his captain in the England team. And they have been adversaries on the same hockey for the best part of a quarter of a century. I'm not trying to make them look old or feel old. But matches like this never get old for someone of my generation. I used to
100.
Go to my local W.H. Smith magazine shop. Or back in Blyth in Northumberland, we had a John Menzies.
60.
We weren't fancy enough to have a W.H. Smith. And see if they had one copy of Darts World magazine to see if I could get the county results from the previous month. The days before Twitter, the days before Facebook,
50.
the days before Friends Reunited. I wanted to know what Painter was doing. I wanted to know what Wolfie was doing.
140.
And they're still playing darts against each other in 2022. Life is good. Fact of the matter is,
Kevin,
let's talk about what they're doing now.
164.
And Painter has started very well. Good play as well.
100.
I like the fact that he negated the option of treble 18. Adams will be up against it in this match because he doesn't have the darts. It's his turn to not have the darts.
95.
No bull off.
Kevin, you require
In
64.
this format, everybody gets the start an even amount of times. Double 16 for Kev.
Game shot on the first
Very
leg.
nice start.
Kevin
15
Painter.
darts. That will give him a lot to smile about. He was smiling at the start during the practice darts. Smiling a bit more inside with that tidy 64
Second leg, it's
out
Martin
now.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, what will that 158 finish have done for Painter in beating Jason Hogg? He was on the cusp
85.
of possibly being embroiled in a 3-3 scenario, and that 158 got him out of that. The confidence is starting to brim a little bit here. You can see it with Kevin. He'd be a terrible poker player. He's the kind of person who would gasp if his cards were bad. But in darts, it's not a bad thing to wear your heart on your sleeve. They have played each other on this hockey previously, back in Phase 3 of last year. 3 consecutive days, and 2 wins for Wolfie and 1 for Kevin. You look at the winning averages,
60.
They were all above 90. In fact, Kevin lost to Martin with 100 average
180.
in their first meeting in this tournament. That maximum for Kevin has raised his average into the stratosphere. If you look at his stat screen right now, it makes for incredible reading.
96. Kevin,
but there's a long way to go.
84.
Treble 16 would have left him
52.
on a double of his choosing. And for the second leg in succession, he's been afforded the luxury of approaching with singles to have 3 darts in hand next time round.
99.
Instead
Kevin,
of
you
64
require
this time, it's
32.
32. He keeps halving his score.
24.
That could be costly. You can tell on his face
Martin,
that
you
he's just
require
thinking,
80.
oh, what's he got left? And when he looks at the score screen and he sees 80 against Martin's name, he'll hold his breath and hope that he misses tops.
60.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Kevin, you require 8.
Double 4. Who doesn't like double 4?
Game shot on the
Kevin
second
loves
leg.
double 4.
Kevin
He's now
Painter.
2-0 up against Martin Adams. And he's not only trying to do himself a favour, but in beating Martin, he would do everybody else a favour as well in pegging him back.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I have to say I'm a big fan of this new format here at the Live League.
140.
I always thought that Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday was a long slog for Group A. I just think with every group now having 2 groups in 2 days,
41.
it just seems a bit more symmetrical. The thing about this setup is that there's no excuses. This is a great room to play darts in. I've thrown some darts in there myself, even though I haven't played a competitive match there yet.
180.
4th match of the day. for Wolfie, and he is now gracing 269th match. Back-to-back 180s. What an answer that is from Painter. Second maximum of the match. And as soon as Adams finds the maximum column, Painter says, I'll have another one, thank you.
83.
And it'll give him a
Kevin,
chance of 3-0.
81.
How many times in this game, in fact, I'll tell you, has he left
41.
himself on a double with a guaranteed visit to come? That's twice now. And the other occasion, he was left on 64 with a guaranteed visit. This is commanding.
41. Kevin, you require 40.
Tops.
Game shot
13 darts.
Kevin Painter.
And the average after 3 legs is 100.2. So we know in the business that he's delivered exactly 45 darts for the first 3 legs.
Leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
So if he wins the next leg in 15 or fewer, he will register his first 100 average on this hockey this year. But we all know
80.
that when you're playing Martin, it's never that simple. Martin has got one more game to come after this.
140.
And it's against Robert Owen. Interesting times ahead from the man using a different flight these days. These ones have been part of his game for the last 2 and a bit years now. Ever since he made the switch to the moulded flight. He hasn't switched
100.
back. Gets those darts to land extremely straight. He's a very precise individual.
85.
And because Kevin does not find a ton
41.
or something similar, he is not on a finish. And for the first time in this match, it is Adams who has the ascendancy in leg number 4.
125.
Very nice indeed. So he does have 3 darts in hand to take this leg to stop himself being bageled. He's going to have to find it. Immense pressure from Painter,
16.
who was striding around this room like a cheetah looking for some meat. Well, it's not going to be a 4-0. He's going to have to go all the way back to 501 to try and get the result he wants, which is now 4-1.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $100.
Just looking back at the history books, do you remember the 1995 World Championship at Lakeside? I'm sure you do. It was
60.
won by Richie Burnett. He beat Raymond van Barneveld in the final. Everybody remembers that because it was the birth of the Richie Burnett celebration. But that was Kevin Painter's debut year. Beating Magnus Karras by 3 sets to 2 in the first round. Their averages were separated by 0.03 of a point. Nothing between them apart from Kevin's getting over the line and Magnus not. But who did Kevin play in the next round? Who did Kevin not get a set off? It was Wolfie. 27 years ago. Incredible. That's your darting history lesson for the day.
40.
I bet you even they thought back in 95 that they wouldn't be playing each other in this kind of venue in 2022.
60.
But they are. And it could be tightly poised if Martin finds something sizable here.
140.
That's sizable. But if he finds the 136, it will be seismic.
30. Martin, you require 136.
That last dart ensures that Kevin is not on a finish. It's a real slip from 196. All of a sudden, Adams is finding this. The body language of the players is entertainment
88.
on its own, because I'm distracted there by the missed single by Martin. But he's focused. Kevin is left frustrated.
42.
Possibly
Martin,
mystified.
You require 48.
That's the second missed single in 2 darts. Very uncharacteristic stuff there from Wolfie. He does eventually find himself on double 16. But he's out of rhythm. Doesn't matter, does it? It's now 3-2. And just when you think Painter was on the cusp of a 4-0 win, Adams, it's just typical him, isn't it? This is what he does. He fights back.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Now, I have to say that at 3-0, I thought Painter was rolling this one. I thought this one was done. But sometimes in some players, you see a sheer willingness
140.
to not give in. You're not going to beat me that way. That's the kind of thing that swirls around the brain of a wolf. If you are going to beat me, you're going to have to do it the hard way. Whereas Kevin has lost his way in the finishing in the last, say, 12 to 15 darts.
100.
He seems to have rediscovered it here in leg 6. There's that grimace.
134.
Great backup shot to the 140 start. Gets himself half a dart advantage, but he doesn't have the throw in leg 6. Can he find the ton?
60.
That is now an invitation. What a great last shot. He opens up that gap a little bit wider to a 1 dart advantage. And by that I mean a treble hit on the board, which is now, from Martin, just taking care of that. But Painter does get a look at 147.
135.
With Adams on 66.
Kevin, you require 147.
Another big one to win a match? Not on this occasion.
95.
He will wait and see whether he gets a look at 52.
66.
Is this the bullseye? Confident. How confident? Look at that 9, it's in the middle. I think this is going to be hit.
Yeah,
always look at the single leading up to a double. It gives you such a good picture as to what's to come. That single 9 was a great shot. The double 16 was better. It's 3-3.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
A position that Martin hasn't been in today. He beat Robbo 4-2. He beat Hogg 4-1. He beat Warburton 4-0. So this is his first one-leg shootout of the day. But Kevin is now in his 3rd. And the bad news for Painter fans is 64. He's lost them both. Nothing hurts more in this format than losing 4-3 from 3-0 up.
100.
That word final, of course, relates to this being the final leg of the contest. As soon as Kevin looks up and sees 2 treble 20s, he starts to shake his head because he knows what's coming. Hit him back, Kevin. Hit him back.
125.
They have played in a final before. In fact, it was in 1999 at the Swiss Open, and it was won by Martin Adams. That was the year, consequently, that Martin won his one and solitary PDC title at the Scania Open, beating a certain Phil Taylor in the final. Now, what have you left, Kevin? He's got to work this out. He's hit 20, so 206. I wouldn't even blame him if he went for double 18 here. It's got to be a big treble or something that leaves a finish. Go for something open.
77.
Oh, he went for something that was closed and he still hit it.
Martin, you require
That's one of the best darts I've seen today. Adams will persist on the 60.
95.
And that last dart is like a dagger to the ribs.
Kevin, you require 149.
It comes down to this. And what's been a fabulous, entertaining game. Treble 19. So close. He thought he was going to get a crack at it. I did too. You can see the pain on his face. You can see how much he wants to beat Martin. So much in the way of bragging rights and pride in this room.
97.
That'll do. But
Martin,
Adams, we know what he does with shots like this. It was 121 to beat Gary Robson by 4 legs to 2. He's got the inner ring. How about the outer ring? It's obscured.
Game,
But it's
shot,
hit.
And the match.
It's
Martin
just
Adams.
incredible what he does in these games. Painter and Adams provide us with a brilliant match. I enjoyed every single shot in that match. It was so good. Look at the averages. Both very impressive. Good doubling from both, but ultimately the finest margins give us our winner, which is the former England captain Adams, who's got 8 points from a possible 8. A 6-point gap to Painter now, who's up against it in Group A. Next, let's take a breather. It's Jason Hogg up against Mike Warburton. For the second time today, it's going to be Wales versus Scotland. The last time that was the case, it was Wales who came out on top. Will that be the case as Jason Hogg takes on Mike Warburton this time? There you see Jason at the foot of the table and is, in every likelihood, playing for his place in the table as Adams stays undefeated at the top. We'll see more of Robert Owen next against Gary Robson, which will bring to a close round number 4. But Warburton, if he stands any chance in this group of topping the table by tomorrow, you get the feeling that he might have to be perfect from here all the way through to tomorrow at its
First
end.
leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
We've now completed 10 matches of our 15, and it's been a really entertaining day, but none more so in a game than the last one we had. 4-3 to Adams over Painter. Great averages, super doubling. Enough misses to give us drama. The only person who despised that game was Painter, because he was 3-0 up and lost it. Whoops, it's not double start, Jason.
65.
Well, Jack Garwood's been in touch on social media. Jack, of course, who works with Online Darts, our title sponsor.
140.
He's referencing my line from the previous match when I said, do you remember the 1995 World Championship? And I said, of course you do. And he just had to come and say, do you know what?
45.
I was born that year. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for reminding us. I was only 16 years of age when that happened.
81.
Oh, a bit of a mystified look there from Warby. But if you look at the dragon on the back of his shirt, it looks fairly happy.
26.
There's always that little look on Warby's face, isn't there? One of
100.
being borderline angry, focused. It's very hard to assume when he's happy. He always brings his A game
44.
to these kinds of matches.
Mike can require
He
97.
scowls at the board as if the board has done something to him. Well, he could get his own back if he hits double 12.
Game shot.
Oh, that's a super leg
Mike
from Mike Warburton. Really, really steady. 15 darts. And if the board was scowling back, it isn't anymore.
Second leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a little look at the performances today of Mike Warburton. He's had some good stuff in there.
85.
But thinking about the way that Mike played last year and the year before, where we did have live league success in 2020. I remember he did actually win daily titles, and I believe he won a weekly title
60.
as well, if my mind serves me correctly. The more he played, the better he got.
85.
Especially in 2021, when he was involved in a week where he was playing in 6 consecutive days. But he always seemed to hit a wall on Saturday night.
95.
Not that he had played poorly, but he'd always come up against someone who was having their week. He'd get through the group, whether it was Group A, whether it was Group C, Group B, find his way to
45.
Saturday night, and then Saturday night just wouldn't be his night. And for quite some time, he held the record for the most wins in a Group A, until it was ultimately usurped by Colin
135.
Osborne. He got 13 wins from 15. Martin Thomas got 13 wins from 15, and then Osborne
60.
ultimately got 14. That is a record that will stand for quite some time, unless, of course, we go back to the old format. We have seen people win all of their
96.
games in 2-day groups. I do distinctly remember Kevin Burness doing that. Warburton is being extremely consistent in this match in the early echelons of it.
53.
Left himself on 97 after 12 in leg 1. This time, 115. If you are going to miss the 60 on that shot,
59.
That's pretty much the spot you want to miss it. But sometimes it's a lot better for Mike to get the dart underneath. He's got this really good gift of being able to get the dart above and below.
83. Mike can require 56.
Well, he has to go below to go above. Below that one for a 2-0 lead.
16.
Not quite. So Jason, 2 single 20s
Jason,
for Bull is
90.
what he's searching for here. Big 20. Just pulled it a little bit. And he hasn't played particularly well in this
45.
match so far. He just
Mike
sensed
require 40.
whether he was comfortable on that shot
Game
there.
shot on the second leg.
He won't be comfortable now because Warburton has doubled his lead, and he right now, if he's going to get in the mix for the top spot in this group, has got to get cracking with big wins against the people at the bottom.
It's Mike to throw first. 100.
I myself am still getting used to this format. I'm so used to those 3-day groups in Group A. I'm used to the first day being about getting yourself some confidence, some points, getting into contention on a
44.
Tuesday and then making it work on a Wednesday. But now, get rid of Monday. Today is moving day. If you don't get a move on now, Mike, you're going to be out of contention by the time we even come back tomorrow.
100.
Wolfie's at the top on 8. Warburton wants to be on 4. He must be on 6 come tomorrow, which means beating Hogg and beating Painter in game 13.
121.
That's about as ideal a first dart as he will ever throw.
140.
He's got every right to be disappointed with 140. But he scored really consistently in this game, whereas Jason has not. That's where the gap in the leg score comes in.
Mike can require 161.
Now, where do you want to be? 96 maybe? 71?
59.
102 it is. Got to be honest, I didn't think he was going to go 19s there. This is where you do want to leave 96.
100.
Just comes up short.
Mike can require 102.
So this is the reason why you go bull and 25 on the last dart in the previous visit, because you want to leave a 2-dart and not a 3-darter. Well, could be the 3-darter out.
Game shot on
That
the
is
third
wonderful.
leg. My Warburton.
He made things the tiniest bit more difficult for himself. But look at that treble 14. You will never see a treble 14 better than that in your life. That's how good that shot was.
Fourth leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
We haven't had a great deal of ton plus outs today, but the ones that we have seen have been rather special. That one from Mike Warburton, we've seen a great match-winning 1-2-1 from Adams against Robbo. And the 158 from Painter to beat Jason Hogg, finish of the day. But don't forget about that 62 from Wolfie in that previous match. That really was a bit of genius.
There's
only one thing on Mike Warburton's mind right now, and that is get this done. two reasons. One, I want the leg difference. Two, I want the points. I do not,
100.
as the third point, want to go through what Kevin Paint has just been through. There is a monitor in the practice room, and they can see all of the games when they're practicing. I don't know what's going on with Jason's darts, but he really has had a couple of flyers
50.
in this game. I mentioned earlier that his darts are quite old. They maybe could do with a clean to get some of the stuff out of the grooves.
100.
You can see that Warby's not having that problem. Looks like those are pretty shiny and new. He does like to chop and change his equipment so everything's a bit more pristine. The average for Warby, 91.19. No maximums yet. This is the time to get one though, Mike. He's got 60% on doubles though. That's
41.
really good.
47.
He's got one more chance to get a 180. Jason hasn't really found any sort of consistency in this match. A couple of tons might be good enough. Halve your score and take it next time.
60.
What you got coming next is Robbo against Owen. And I didn't just say Rob Owen, I said Robbo against Owen.
41.
Now we know for a fact that Robert Owen is
Mike
trying to keep pace with Martin Adams. He's going to need that win. Steady. That's exactly what Mike needed. Just that steady ton to leave that double to get this one done. Sometimes you come up against someone who's just not having their game, and you have one job to do, and that is to win. And
60.
win he will. If he
Mike
hits tops.
40.
Hasn't missed many doubles in this match.
No score.
But that is 3 misses at tops, which brings his doubles percentage down to 37.5 from 60. It's amazing how one visit can obliterate your stats, but he cares not one jot. Jason going for the 25 first on the 185. That's actually a decent play, but nothing
Mike
has gone his way in this match.
40.
Double 10.
Game.
Beautifully
shots,
done from
and
Mike
the match.
Warburton. He wasn't
Mike
challenged
Warburton.
in that match, but he had one simple job to do to get the points, get the leg difference, and now he has to move on to his final challenge a little bit later on. So he has Painter a little bit later. We'll wait for that one. But before we go there, we're going to have a look at Gary Robson, and he's going to be up against Robert Owen. One of our Welsh players has now got within 4 points of our table topper, which is Martin Adams on 8 points. But now the other Welsh person in this group, Robert Owen, is trying to get on level terms with Martin. If he beats Gary Robson, he will get to 8 points as well. Been a very up and down day for Gary, who started with a win, but has now suffered 2 defeats since. He's got 2 matches left, but you can see Robert Owen has that game in hand on Martin Adams. And if he wants to get on exactly the same amount of points and leg difference, he must win by 4 legs to 0. But we're not at that point yet, because we do have our day tomorrow to decide who comes through this group as the group winner. Most important thing for Robert is just to get the points.
First
you want
leg,
to take
it's
the butter
Gary
off
to
your
throw
fingers there,
first.
Stack Attack. You
Game
keep
on.
dropping the darts. Been hanging around with Gezi Price a bit too much. The only time I ever say anything about Gezi is when he's about 200 miles away.
140.
Oh, I wish I'd dropped the darts like Gezi does. He is our world number 1, and we're very happy to have him. Who's going to be the number 1 in this group?
100.
You'll have to stick with us tomorrow as well as today. Interesting times ahead. Mike Warburton not out of it on 4 points in the table, but he's got 1 match left against Kevin Painter next.
134.
So he will set what's called the clubhouse lead. But you can't drop points here. You don't get minus points for a loss. When you get your 2 points, they don't get taken away from you.
45.
Just had a really interesting tweet from Tony Standing on Twitter, referencing at the end of the last match. I said he hasn't hit a 180 yet, but now's the time to get one, and Mike Warburton hits a single 1.
80.
That's what's called the commentator's curse, Tony. Which, funnily enough, is a very good podcast with my friend and colleague in the radio industry,
40.
Ian Danta. Commentator's
Gary
curse.
require
Give it a check out. It's really
147.
good. Robbo's starting buoyantly.
97.
Nice lever 50 after 12. That's strong. How does he do that? I still
Gary
don't get
require
it.
50.
Maybe Rob Owen's a magician. Double 16 for Robbo from the angle.
Game
Is
shot on the
found.
first
Lovely
leg.
shot.
Gary Robson.
And that means that Robert Owen is not a magician in leg 1. In fact, his tricks have been found up the sleeve. 1-0 Robbo.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We don't say Robbo up in Northumberland, where he's originally from. Lives in
100.
the town of Backworth right now, I believe. Just outside of Newcastle, in North Tyneside. But if you go a little bit further north towards Ashington and Bedlington, where he's played a lot of his darts in the past
100.
with the likes of his old pal Paul Smith. And he's played with all of the big hitters in the northeast of England, that's for sure. He's had some great teammates in his Super League team over the years.
57.
It reads like a who's who of everybody who's played darts brilliantly in the northeast. But they don't call him Robbo. They call him Robur.
100.
Very Sid Waddell-esque, because Sid was from the Northumberland coast. A place that Gary knows really well.
55.
And I'm positive because of the kinship that Gary's got with a lot of the Northumberland folk, that a lot of them are tuning in today via YouTube and via
60.
their bookmakers' streaming capabilities. The likes of Callan Ridds and Chris Dobie, who will be practicing for their next
44.
darting venture. I'm sure they'll be tuning in.
$57.
Really interesting to me that Robert Owen has not played well yet. He's backing himself into a bit of a corner in this game.
55.
I can't imagine Robert Owen and Gary Robson have run in the same circles much over the last 10 or so years.
81.
I don't have a record of them meeting previously here either, so this is the first time they've met on this hockey. So this is for 2-0.
Require 103.
And Gary's not been 2-0 in a match since the very first match he played here this morning. Double 16.
71.
There you see that likelihood of him leaving double 16. He'd much prefer to be down there than at tops and tens. It's the bullseye for Robert, though. Oh, that came from nowhere. Where did that come from? He's hit nothing in this game until this. And that will make him smile.
Gets Gary to throw first. Game on.
That's not me being nasty about Robert Owen's game, but genuinely, he has hit nothing since
100.
that point. So that is the catalyst for him to start playing properly. You get games like that, where you just survive until you finally find something that clicks.
100. $77.
For a moment there, I thought the collar was up on the shirt of Rob Owen. I thought he was going full on Eric Cantona, but it's one of those collars that doesn't really have a collar. I suppose it's called a grandad collar, isn't it, in fashion terms? Robert does have his family back in Bridgend. And they do support him very, very well. A guy who's had a brace on his leg for the best part of a year.
40.
It's almost like a fashion statement in 2021 with himself and Dimitri Vandenberg both sporting knee braces at their respective tournaments.
63.
I assure you, he doesn't want to be wearing this brace on his injured left knee. But the good thing for him is that it's not on his right knee, because that really would cause
100.
problems. Personal best average for Robert in his Live League career. Now that he's over 200 matches, this is his 201st. He will have his 202nd against Martin Adams in match 14. But overall, his best 104.63.
100.
Highest finish of 164. Robo for 101 in 2. Needs the bull.
80.
He can't find what Robert found.
Robert, you require 80.
Tops. And Robert is in front somehow. The averages really don't tell the story, because I'm just going to look at my screen here. 75 the average for Robert Owen. Robson 84. Yes, averages lie.
To throw first. Game on.
And the person that told me that in the infancy of my career was good friend of Gary Robson's, Graham Stoddart. If we're talking eloquently, we call him Stod.
60.
But again, if you go to Washington, they call him Stirred. Nobody says that better than Northumberland legend Gary Reid.
58.
And his nickname is Turg. Or Tug. Yes, I'm going full on Northumberland in this game.
58.
There's a great friendship between the South Walians and the dart players in the northeast of England. There's so
99.
many great matches that have happened in the past, great county games. The counties of Glamorgan, Gwent, Pembrokeshire,
83.
Clwyd, of course, in North Wales, who had 2 world champions at the same time, of course, in Anastasia Dobromyslova and Mark Webster.
40.
I was speaking to Keegan Brown over the weekend. He was telling me he started playing for Essex.
100.
There's a turn up for the books, the man from the Isle of
Robert,
Wight.
you
That's a
require
commute and a half, isn't it?
164.
Well, Robert Owen's not going to go 3-1 up with a 164
98.
to equal his highest out in this room. But somehow he's chipping away at Robbo's resistance. His average has remained in the mid-80s the whole time.
Robert, you require
Roberts has
66.
never been above 80. Is he looking at double 16? You bet he is. If I had a pound for the amount of times he's dropped his dart.
34. Gary, you require
I'll be
124.
able to buy everybody Easter eggs. It's not Easter yet. That's about 8 weeks away.
40.
But Owen,
Robert, you
who is not going to be at the top of the
32.
table at the end of this match, no matter what happens from here,
Game shot on the
is
fourth
going
leg.
to be close
Robert
if he
Owen.
gets one more leg. 3-1 up in this contest. He's doing good things at the right time, and at the end of the leg, that's where he's finding his accuracy.
5th leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
4 shots at a double, 3 hits, 75%. That makes for very good reading. High checker of 130 on the ball.
96.
I'm not going to lie, the rest of it, bit sketchy. But every now and again, you will play a match like this where you
83.
average poorly and you still win.
100.
I distinctly remember a couple of games I had at Q School back about 5 years ago. I was playing so badly, but I was still winning.
85.
Both myself and my opponent at the time, which was Maras Razma. We were just really, really beaten up by the schedule of Q School.
140.
And we just knew we had to fight through it. Ultimately, I lost that game, but I won an arduous battle before that against Kevin McDine. And when you go through those periods of tiredness,
83.
feeling a bit achy, you're maybe not as mentally fit as you should be. If you play day on day, it gets easier and easier and easier.
95.
Watch out for that later in the week from someone like Gary Robson or Robert Owen. They can be sharper for longer as the week goes on, and that's what they're going to need.
40. Gary, you require 70.
To stay in the match. He's got plenty of visits. That one came out wrong. Right. Forget about it. Hit the 15.
38.
Come back. No harm done. They're the kind of things that go through a dart player's mind when that happens.
100.
No point dwelling on that single 5.
Gary, you require 32.
It has no bearing on the leg, because now you've got 332.
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
everything is
Gary
rosy because
Robson.
now you're only 1 behind as opposed to 2 behind. So Robert Owen now has to try and hit the front again in the scoring stakes to have a chance of winning 4-2.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That's a much better second dart there.
83.
He gets his nickname from the way he gets the darts to behave in the board. He's trying to stack them on top of each other.
78.
But of course it was Northumberland legend Sid Waddell that coined the phrase stacking. He was doing A little bit of work for a very well-known sports network in the UK.
41.
And talking about the way that players grouped their darts together in the board when they were scoring. Or in some cases going for a double.
139.
I still believe that nobody will ever say Stacker better than Sid. Boys, he missed.
100.
A delightfully crazy and genius of a man. I'll still never forget the time when I was at a dinner for a darts manufacturer and he asked me to have a seance with him. That is a true story.
140.
What will be the story in the next 6 darts for these players? Is it going to be points banked? Or match saved?
41. Robert, you require 137.
Let's find out, Robert. 118 left.
59.
And now Robbo's got to look at the bull.
Gary, you require 125.
Bull 25 bull for a bit of a Hollywood shot. Or that. I was going to say followed by the 60 in tops.
55.
3 shots with a 5 at the
Robert,
end.
you require
25
78.
and 2 15s in 2 different departments. But ultimately, it's Owen who should get a match dart now at tops.
38.
Only the second dart he's missed it, double in the match.
Gary, you require 70.
Double 16 to save it.
38.
Every time he's missed double 16 today, he's missed it on the wire. He's been so good down there.
Robert, you require 40.
But you fancy Owen is going to hold his throw on like 6 to get some more points. Is he going to bounce it in again?
Game,
Third
shot,
time he's done
and
it.
the match.
He's
Robert
a genius
Owen.
at that shot. I am going to have a word with Robert Owen at the end of today to figure out how he does this. Because I don't understand it. Just a stunning dart from Rob, and it gets him to 8 points. His average was inferior the whole time, but he won't care one jot. As he that can't be. 4 matches in a row where he's had the same doubles percentage. I'm going to double check that. We'll come back to the next game in a second just to check it. But the next one is Warburton against Painter. It's the final round of matches. We've got 4 rounds down with 1 to go. So 1 match to stake your claim for position in the table before the end of the day. So before we go into looking at Martin Adams, we're going to have a look at Kevin Painter after a bit of heartbreak against Wolfie. And he's up against Warby, who's looking to finish the day on 6 points. There you have it. 2 players undefeated at the top, and they will go head-to-head next to see who's going to have a perfect day. But Painter, with a win here, can stop Warburton getting to 6 and get himself to 4. So,
First leg, it's
interesting
Mike
times
to
ahead.
throw first. Game on.
Now, without further ado, before we go into Owen versus Adams, I have just double-checked that Robert Owen, in every match today, has had 57% on doubles. Exactly 4 hits from 7 in every game. I've never seen
80.
Consistency like this in a live league day. And I've been covering this tournament for nearly 2 years. Is it just written in the stars that in his last match he's going to win, get the 10 points and be 57% on doubles? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Bridge, whatever you want to call it. I've been hanging around too many Kiwis saying bridge. That's one of the things that we hope to bring you
100.
in the coming months. Not Kiwis. Well, maybe we can get some Kiwis. But players from overseas. We have, of course,
50.
seen the je ne sais quoi of darts in Thibaut Tricol, which was very entertaining last week. I love watching Thibaut play. He's a great player. But the majority of players in 2021 were British. So we'd have Irish players,
60.
Northern Irish players, Scottish, Welsh, English.
119.
Did of course have men and women last year.
Require 145.
And we do have some women to come this year. And there might be one next week. You just will have to wait and see, because I'm not giving everything away on a Tuesday. I'll tell you on Saturday.
97.
I'm sure you can wait till then. Kevin does not want to wait for 2 more points. He wants to bank them now. Well, not right now. He wants to bank it in maybe 10 minutes' time.
44.
But he does not want to be going into Tuesday with only 2 points. That is for sure. Double 16.
32.
Just gives Kevin a little look.
Kevin, you require 148.
You have to pay attention because he had a 158 earlier. Just under pitches those 18-gram darts. It's a very light dart that he uses. You don't see many players under the 20-gram range. Now that could be kind. Doesn't matter anymore. Painter thought he was coming back. He was wrong on this occasion as Warby takes the first one. So he's 25% there. And next leg, you got to think he fancies it after that.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He did boss the scoring stakes. But this is where you need a little bit of endurance. You've had 4 games already. You're playing your 5th. And if you think playing 5 matches of best of 7 is easy in this company, it's not. It's mentally sapping.
46. 45.
Kevin seems to have lost the tiniest bit of intensity. And if that is the case, I can understand that. After that loss to Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3.
140.
That would gut-wrench anybody in the world of darts. How's your look, Kev?
40.
No look there. I'm not ashamed to say that I absolutely adore Kevin Painter. I think he's a great character for the sport. He's had his moments where he's been a bit of a whinge. He knows that.
100.
He's one of my favourite people to bump into because we've got a lot of similar tastes. We love darts. We love a bit of football. We love Gavin and Stacey. And
91.
if you have seen Gavin and Stacey and how Smithy and Gavin greet each other, well, it's pretty much the same with me and Kevin. Every time I see him, I do some sort of crazy robot dance. And we always threatened that if we played each other in a World Championship match that we would do the robot dance together, but we were opposed by a certain individual who shall remain nameless, who said, "You better not do that." I think if we did it now, it would be viral.
Mike requires 75.
Nice shot. Double 12.
Game
That's
shot on
ruthless.
the second leg.
From Mike Warburton, who's starting to get a head of steam here. That double 12 was delightful. Look how central this is. That is gorgeous.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first.
He couldn't have walked to the board and
Game
placed
on.
it in a more central spot. If there is one player, probably that isn't Wolfie in this group, that has shown
100.
to me over the last couple of years more resilience than anybody else, it is Mike Warburton. He has had tragedy in his life. He's had challenges in his career.
60.
He keeps coming back for more. He is the darting equivalent of nutting a wall until it falls. Trust me, the wall never wins. And I'm not talking about Martin Schindler.
180.
That one is another dent in the wall, as his average now
84.
climbs to 93 with his first maximum of this match. He really is finding that range now, isn't he?
140.
Very nice indeed to leave 81 after 9. I
44.
wonder whether Kevin has seen the league table and that
Mike, you
defeat
require
to Wolfie.
81.
He thinks has scuppered his chances of winning this group. Double 12 again. Nudges the wire
69.
on the outside. In the end, it's a good miss because the last thing you want to be doing is leaving yourself on double 3. Unless, of course, your name is Richard Ashdown. The great statistician, MC,
140.
spotter,
Mike, you require
owner of
12.
double 3.
Game
Well, he's not
shot
going
on
to
the
get his
third
double
leg.
hit in this
Mike
one because
Warburton.
3 is the number. Well, it wasn't the number at the double, but it's the number in the legs. 3-0 Warburton, and he's on a roll.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
This will be some way to finish your campaign. Won his last match 4-0. To win another one 4-0 would get him
60.
to 6 points and a leg difference of +4. A very respectable day. But he has a big problem if he can come through this.
100.
He's going to have one person in front of him by 2 points and another by 4. If he's going to win this group, I feel he's got to close this job really quickly. And he's going to have to beat Robert, Owen and Wolfie tomorrow.
140.
In fact, he may need a perfect day to get 16 points to get into Saturday night. His scoring in this game has been very, very straight.
140.
He hasn't deviated into the 5 or the 1 much. And when you find yourself on numbers like 261 after 6, you know you're doing something right.
54.
Averages today for Warby of 90.05 when he was beaten 4-0 by Martin. Then 93.1 in defeating Gary Robson. 85.2
105.
in a 4-2 loss to Robert Owen, his fellow Welshman. And then 83.5 in a 4-0 win over Jason Hogg. There's been a lot to admire about Mike's play. I think the only way
140.
he could potentially lose this match is if
Mike
Kevin starts to find the spark that he had
156.
in the first 3 legs of his game against Wolfie. That spark might start if he finds the 107.
100.
He is going to have to find it.
Kevin, you require 107.
Downstairs the option. 88 left. 60 or a 48. Make the call. Execute. Not meant to be.
59.
So Painter could be languished on 2
Mike, you
points
require 56.
with a -5 leg difference if this goes for Mike, as he will go in the different direction. Tops his first match start.
36.
Chance squandered. How vital
Kevin, you require
could that
48.
be come tomorrow? Ooh, tops the options this time.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Kevin
Things can be turned around. He doesn't need me to convince him, that's for sure, because he was 3-0 up against Martin and he won nothing after that. It could be the case for Mike.
5th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Nothing is certain. You can be 20 points away from victory. And this great game of frustrating darts can peg you back
100.
another 481 and make you have to do all the legwork again. It's the equivalent of having a 2-foot putt to win a match play contest in golf. You miss it.
140.
Your opponent holds their putt and you have to go all the way back to 500 yards for the following hole. The emotional sways, the pits and troughs.
60.
That's what these players go through on a daily basis. Painter, to his credit, has lifted his average to 82. It was in the mid-70s for most of the match. If he finds a hot streak, he might start getting fiery. And that's what we saw from him in the semi-final against Robert Thornton at the World Seniors Championship. How good was it to see that fire of Painter during that semi-final? That was enjoyable to watch. Sensible plays, got to stay in the 19s. But now surely...
95.
Oh, what a kill that was from that visit. I'm not even sure he could see that 57, but somehow he's found it. I think Mike is starting to understand that Painter is closing in on him.
60.
And for the first time, he's starting
Kevin,
to
you
not
require 170.
find 60s. Just loses the line.
85.
So Warburton's looking for a 15 darter to close this out.
Mike, you require 141.
Does Kevin Painter now believe that he can win this match with 3 straight legs?
49. Kevin, you require 85.
The demeanour is a little different now. Oh, he got greedy. Should have been a big 20 for the bull. When you're in this spot, you must guarantee the double.
45.
And if he has lost the line today, it has been in the
Mike,
5.
you require 92.
Warburton is not even entertaining the bullseye idea. Oh, it's double-double. And he's won the match on double-double. That's a stunning finish from Warburton, who really did deserve the win. But as soon as I looked at that first dart, I thought he was going for that shot again to try and leave double six. I was wrong on that occasion. But again, it's a really good average for Mike Warburton. Steady on the doubles. Kevin only got one shot, but when he got it, he found it. So, Kevin finishes the day on 2 points. Mike Warburton finishes on a very tidy 6. How far behind is he going to be Adams and his other person looking for the top of the table? It is Robert Owen. One of them's going to be on 10, but who will it be? Find out next. Time for our penultimate match of the day, and it will determine who will finish on top of the table come the end of Monday. So without further ado, let's go down to the Oki now for Adams versus Owen. Regardless of what happens here, these players will be happy with their efforts. At least I would be. But there's one more job to do. Owen scraped his way through his previous match against Gary Robson. He's going to need more than what he did there to get through this one against another England legend. Wolfie's been good, getting his 8 points. A superior leg difference by 2, and they will not be caught.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
These guys know plenty about live league success. But neither of them last year won a phase. They didn't win in Champions Week. That is a bit of an asterisk against the name of Wolfie, especially as phases were won by the likes of Robert Thornton, Richie Burnett, Chaz Barstow, Jim Williams.
46.
That will be an ambition of Wolfie this year, to try and win in a Champions Week. Now, if you get to Champions Week, £6,000 for the winner.
41.
A lot of coin at the end of the rainbow. And of course, if you get to Champions Week, you will have a crack at the 9-dart bonus. £500 in Phase 1 will be up for grabs
81.
if you can hit a 9 in Champions Week. And if it's not hit in Champions Week, it will roll over to Phase 2 in Champions Week and be £1,000. But we have a lot to do before we get there. before you even think of Champions Week, you have to get to Saturday's final. And in order to get there, you've got to come through either this group or the group that you put in after this.
41.
Slow start. Maybe a sign a little bit of tiredness. A little bit of edginess. As Robert has a proper word with one of his darts there, as if to say, you do what I tell you to do.
100.
Kind of work, Robert. Keep saying it. Our last game of the schedule will be Jason Hogg against Gary Robson.
100.
Fancy that Jason Hogg is out of it. He hasn't won a game today. If Robbo does beat him, he's got a slim chance, you would say, of getting through the group. He's going to need a perfect day tomorrow.
47.
He's going to need a lot of things to go his way. But these guys really do hold the destiny of Group A in their hands.
121.
That one came out a bit late or possibly early. Just depending on how he threw it.
85.
Some dart players,
Martin,
you see them throw the dart and it
112.
glides through the air. Very much the way that Martin throws it. I don't think it really glides for Robert Owen.
80.
Because it really does deviate in the air.
Robert, you require 133.
I'm not going to see a big out here from Robert. And worryingly, his scoring in this match
59.
and the previous one hasn't been
Martin,
good.
you require 32.
Can Adams take full advantage and break in 7 visits? He hasn't got much to aim at.
No score.
He almost got it anyway.
Robert, you require 74.
He has been pinching legs all day long.
34.
Not on this occasion.
Martin, you require 32.
Second down and 32. This is not the Super Bowl. This is the Live League. Fourth down and 16.
16.
Incomplete.
Robert, you require 40.
So for the hold of throw,
Game shot
he gets
in the
it
first leg.
in 25
Robertson.
darts. I didn't expect to be seeing that in the first leg, but you reap what you sow and you expect to lose when you've had 8 visits to
Second
the board.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I think we are starting to see a bit of tiredness in these players. Some of them have had a bit of a break over the last couple of weeks. And if they haven't been to tournaments or qualifiers for the UK Open, anything like that, they might just be getting surprised by how tired they are by being at the Live League arena for about 5 hours.
100.
This is where someone like Josh Payne really came into their own. Really energetic, youthful, fit.
81.
He really did boss week 1, didn't he? He's going to take some stopping in Champions Week, I can tell you that.
81.
Wasn't it good to see Andy Jenkins coming through in week 1 as well, alongside Chaz Barstow and Josh. So we'll see more of Jenks in Champions Week. But the biggest statistic of the whole day today has been the doubling of Owen. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
100.
When you look at the microscopic statistics of what he's done so far today. 4 from 7 as far as doubles are concerned in every match. 57.14% in every game. He probably has no clue that that is the case, and I hasten to say he probably doesn't want to know certain statistics. But if he goes and finishes this match with a percentage of 57.14, it'll be remarkable. Even more so because he's already missed
Robert, you
one shot.
120.
He can't afford to miss many if he wants that to be the case again. Double top.
100.
Oh, that was a bit of a coming
Robson,
out of the hand wrong
56.
job. Darting googly there. Double top for Adams. Hasn't had a good time of it on the doubles in this match so far.
Game shot on the second.
But puts it right.
Martin Adams.
All you can do is influence what happens in front of you, not influence what's already happened. Great stuff from Martin to level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. 100.
Don't forget that we will be back tomorrow from 9:30 via the usual channels. If you are not subscribed to Online Darts on YouTube, just hit that subscription button and the notifications bell so that when we're about to go live, we can tell you.
135.
You don't have to. It's just a good reminder. There are going to be some games later in the week that you just don't want to miss. I'm particularly looking forward to Painter versus Wolfie again tomorrow. That'll be fun. It was the best game of the day today so far. But this one's heating up ever so slightly. That's better. First 180 of the match right there. Owen started the day by getting 4 in his first match.
41.
The only other player to get 4 180s in a match today, Kevin Painter against Robert Owen. And Robert won because he got 3. That is the most prodigious 180 count of a match today, which was 7.
121.
I hope you've all been gambling responsibly if you have had a flutter today. For more information on that, begambleaware.org, of course.
83. Martin, you require 65.
For gambling responsibly here at the Online Darts Live League. 12 and the bull, if he chooses, but he's decided to go the right route to leave double 8. Single 1.
17 left, yeah. 49.
All is well.
But
for how long? Was Robert Owen
Martin
genuinely going to leave
16.
double 1 there? Would it have made any difference? Oh, it's right in the corner.
Martin Adams.
Oh, when he threw that, he for a second thought, that's going to hit double 13. He's very fortunate that a little gust of wind just took it into the green.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Not that we've got wind in here. This is not Dubai. This is not an outside arena. This is a draftless environment. That was just a dart that was good enough to hit double 4. I'm just trying to paint a little picture for you. You don't need me to paint the picture. You can see it.
85.
But it is fair of me to say that Owen started really well. He got a tiny bit better with his second match, but since then he has come down and down and down.
40.
He's hoping to win this match by scraping it. Because right now he's not playing his best darts. If there's one person in the live league you do not want to have that
60.
predicament against, it's probably Martin Adams. He's got the lead. He's got the 60. He's got another. He's got the maximum.
180.
Stretching his legs now is the Wolf.
140.
He's almost shown the way there, Stack Attack. I remember working on a Lakeside Championship with Martin. He was one of the pundits. It was a real privilege to work with him for that week. And one of the executive producers kept calling him the Wolf.
100.
I think he said at one point, the name's Wolfie, not the Wolf. And we all just started calling him the Wolf. I don't think he liked it.
38. Martin, you require 81.
I know he walks out to Hungry Like the Wolf by Duran Duran, but one of these days I'll get him to walk out to Of Wolf and Man by Metallica. Double 12.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Delicious double
Martin
12.
Adams.
He's now within one leg of finishing the day with 10 perfect points. And I'm sure there were plenty of people this morning thinking that this was a possibility.
Game on.
It's going to have to be some comeback to beat Wolfie from this position.
140.
But I have a sneaky suspicion, even if Martin gets these 2 points, that Owen will be happy with his day's effort. It will leave him in striking distance. And here's the thing. Tomorrow's
45.
first game for these two is against each other. How key is that?
64.
So you could have Wolfie win this one. Then Rob Owen wins tomorrow's first game in game 2. And all of a sudden they're tied again. So this fixture
140.
is almost like one of those old school cup ties. This is the first leg of 2. But there's no away goals here. In fact, I don't even think they use away goals anymore, do they?
100.
Adams needs a maximum to leave himself in finishing range.
$97.
This leg is not over though. He's only a smidgen behind. One error from Owen,
40.
and Adams might gobble this up. And that is unquestionably an error. His entire career he's been hoping for shots like that. Now he's going to move because he knows that it's the right play.
137.
Splendid shot
Robert,
to leave 82 for the match if given the chance. Does he get the ball? Does he get the 25? Does he get something else? It's option number 3, which leaves 74. Recovery needed, which isn't found.
42. Robert,
so Owen has dodged a bullet
58.
here. Double top.
Game shot
Doubles
on
are
the
good.
fifth leg.
Doubles are very
Owen.
good. It's now 2 hits from 4 to take it to 50%. So that dream of his that he doesn't know about of making 57.14%
Sixth
again,
leg. It's Martin
still
to
alive.
throw first. Game on.
If he's to do it, he's got to win the next 2 legs. He's allowed 3 shots at a double, and he's got to hit 2 of them.
100.
So this is what happens in my brain. It's like the Matrix when it comes to stats sometimes. I see these patterns emerge. And I think, wouldn't that be cool to talk about forever? Now, Robert Owen has got absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. But I think it's fun to contemplate what Rob could
140.
Do. First things first, get another shot at a double. But Adams is making it very difficult for him.
100.
I've got a sneaky feeling he won't get another shot. The average is a good 7 points better than that of Rob Owen. It's been far superior all of this match.
83.
It's round about 17 darts per leg.
140.
Is there life in Rob Owen yet? He taps Martin on the shoulder as if to say, I'm not going anywhere yet. But the destiny of the game is in Martin's hands, or in his paws. Single 18. And Rob can do nothing about Martin's position now. That may be a sign that this game is over. And I think I'd have to agree.
40.
Double top for the perfect day for the man they call Wolfie. Ooh. Downstairs. He's found it. Half a bed to aim at, and he has got 10 points for the day. But that is only 50% of the challenge against Rob Owen. Next, it will be Rob Owen on the morning of Wednesday. It's going to be a good game. Hopefully, it will be as tight as that one was at certain periods. But if Rob Owen can get his own back tomorrow, it's game on in Group A. Well done today, guys. Great entertainment. We're going to finish off with Gary Robson and Jason Hogg next. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. We have one more match for you on Tuesday. Only the one session today. We will have two on Thursday and Friday, so don't worry. We've got one tomorrow, but before we get there, we have one match here between Robbo and Hogg. Hasn't been Jason's day. He looks a bit exasperated, and I don't blame him. A bad debut campaign. But Robbo's got work to do to give himself any hope on Wednesday. Now, if they don't find much in the way of points over the course of their next 6 games...
First leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
It will be all about position. I suppose it's appropriate that we talk about the possibility of these two guys not winning the group.
35.
If they finish in the bottom 3, they will go into Group C. But if they can find their way to the top 3 without winning it, of course, they will go into Group B. Only the number 1 person in this group will go forth to Saturday night without having to go through another group.
55.
If their destiny is to go to Group C, Diogo Portela of Brazil awaits. Graham Usher,
100.
someone who Robbo will know very well. He's from North Yorkshire. And Daryl Pilgrim.
30.
But for positions 2 and 3, Scott Williams, Sean Griffiths and Paul Hogan away, and that is a particularly tasty looking group. The main benefit of getting into Group B
24
on Thursday and Friday night, live on Sporty Stuff TV, is that there are 3 places available from a 5-person group. In Group C, it's only 2 from a 6-person group. It's a lot more difficult
59.
to get out of Group C. If in doubt, just get through Group A.
97.
That's more likely to be Wolfie than anybody else right now because he has finished the day on 10 points and a leg difference of plus 12. Closely followed by Rob Owen, 8 points and plus 6. And then Mike Warburton on 6 points and plus 3. Robbo's not going to catch him, but he can get above Kevin Painter, who sits at the end of the day on 2 points and minus 4.
100.
That's a great last start from Gary. One of the best he's thrown all day long.
52.
Unfortunately for Jason, 0 points and
Gary,
currently a leg difference of minus 12, which may be about to get worse. Double 10.
20. Jason, you
This
require
time it
170.
is Gary who's exasperated. I have to say I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the chances of that 170.
35.
Bearing in mind what we've seen from Jason
Gary, you require 20.
so far today. It would have been our second 170 checkout of phase 1. Gary looks puzzled. Well, he's got the first leg though. That's the main thing.
Robson.
And he can attack from here to try and improve his leg difference. And if he can somehow find a big win, that will make him feel better and make his dinner taste a bit sweeter.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
They always say when you leave a competitive golf round that if you have a good last hole, it makes the dinner taste better.
100.
Well, I can tell you that when your final game of the day is a win, it does make you feel a lot better. And that's exactly what Gary's looking for here.
41.
I had the fortunate, somewhat serendipitous
100.
opportunity last night to bump into Gary in an accommodation and had a little catch up with him. It was really nice to see him. Telling me about his drive
60.
from up north to the Online Darts Live League. We're talking about a player that is not shy of driving. One of my favourite stories
100.
about Gary was when we did an exhibition together with a lot of other players in a place not that far from where Jason Hogg is from. It's a place called Inverurie in Aberdeenshire.
64.
So, Gary's in the tournament. I'm in the tournament. A few others are as well. Gary says to me, I'm playing in a tournament tomorrow in Maastricht in the
40.
Netherlands. I said, Gary, you're in Aberdeenshire. How are you going to get there? You're flying. And he said, no, I'm going to drive. And I said, when does this tournament start? And he said, 10:30 tomorrow morning. So he
60.
drove after
Gary,
he'd won the
require
exhibition
161.
to the Netherlands from northern Scotland. That's what you call making a dash for it.
42.
And he made it in time. Quite incredible. He hammered it home to me pretty soon after he invited me to go with him to tournaments about 20 years ago.
140.
That he doesn't stop
Gary,
unless he has to.
119.
He is like a darting trucker. 60 for tops for a 2-0 lead.
99.
That'll do.
Jason, you require
Jason hit a 140 on approach to this
136.
136. But you fancy Robbo's going to take a 2-0 lead.
Gary, you require 20. Game shot on the
There
second
it is.
leg.
Lovely
Gary
done
Robson.
by Gary Robson. He's not having to do a great deal in this match so far, but he's in the same position as Mike Warburton when he played Jason Hogg. He just wants to get the job done.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first.
Thank you to everybody who has got in touch on social media today. Don't be afraid to get in touch tomorrow. If you can think of any questions
140.
tomorrow, jot them down or even tweet them later. I'll see if I can get them read out during our coverage of the Online Darts Live League from 9:30 in the morning.
80.
Don't be afraid to get in touch if you are from overseas as well. We welcome questions from all over the place. I've had many a question from Australia at this time of day because it
41.
timing of our tournament play here on Tuesdays and Wednesdays does lend itself to good viewing figures in the oceanic region of the world.
95.
There is more darts at the end of the week, of course. There's no competitive action away from the Live League this weekend, so you've got no excuse
55.
to miss this week's finals, or indeed the Thursday and Friday night. So I don't care what you're doing. Take your smart device where you are. Take us on the move with you.
100.
Watch it. It's going to be fun. I don't know why, but these flights that Jason's throwing right now, they
87.
remind me of Harvey Two-Face from Batman. The one where Tommy Lee Jones played Harvey Two-Face. That was Batman Forever, wasn't it, with Val Kilmer and Jim Carrey.
59.
First to a finish is Robbo, but it's a big one. One of the things about Jason's throw that has really broken down,
32.
he turns the dart to the side when it comes towards his jawline. When players do that, they have a tendency to hit a lot of fives. Gary does it the opposite way. He cups the dart with his hand, and
23.
he does throw it somewhat side on, and it goes the other way towards the one.
Jason, you require 146.
Two treble 19s and double 16 for that completion, but single, well, not single, it's treble 3, which leaves 137.
29. Gary, you require 144.
I've seen Robbo hit this with two treble 18s and double 18. In fact, I think he hit it against me in a local tournament, the Barrington Arms in
54.
Bedlington, and I
Jason, you
forget
require
nothing, Gary.
117.
I've never got you back for that. Treble 19 for tops. Now, what does Robbo do now? A lot of confident players would go bull first here. I know Michael Van Gerwen would.
Gary, you require 90.
Robbo's looking at the bull as well. Now he's not looking at the bull because he hasn't given himself a shot at it. 63 remain.
40.
And he's left the bull.
Jason, you require 74.
Jason didn't get a shot at a double against Mike Warburton in his last match. He's not going to get one here.
34. Gary, you require 50.
Well, double 15. He did this earlier on double 16 and double 8. This is the other way around. Red double, green double. Oh, he misses
35.
I suppose when you think about it,
Jason, you require
today
40.
he has lost the line a little bit on a few occasions. Can Jason Hogg get his first leg in a while? Moving further away.
No score.
Getting closer but not close enough.
Gary, you require 15.
Double 6. He won't believe that he hasn't completed this leg in 27 darts.
40.
Visit number 10. I'm not going to make a politics joke right there. Number 10 in the doubles department.
20.
And Gary comes back for its next door neighbour. Where I assure
Gary,
you the Chancellor of the Exchequer
12.
does not live at number 6. There's not a great deal of positivity in this match, I'm not going to lie. And eventually somebody has found themselves
Jason,
on the Ashdown
20.
double 3. Double 10. Single 3.
No score.
I had no confidence in him finding that single 3.
Gary, you require
I've got
6.
confidence in Gary hitting this double 3 though. Well, maybe not. 1 for double 1. It's a great single 1.
4.
I hate to say it, but
Jason,
this leg
you
is starting to
require
remind me of
20.
that film, The Never-Ending Story. If you can't laugh,
Game shot.
well,
on the third
nobody's
leg.
laughing really,
Jason
but Jason
Hogg.
Hogg does get his first leg in some time. It is 2-1 to Gary Robson, and he's still got work to do. Still 2 more legs to find.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Turns out that leg wasn't like The Never-Ending Story. It was more like Dr. Zhivago. It was just a bit too long.
115.
Sometimes you do get a bit of relief when those legs are just
41.
over. I'm not ashamed to say it, that I have lost a leg like that previously. In fact, it was a lot worse than that. I was at the Biker Key Club
70.
just outside of Newcastle playing a Super League match. Admittedly, it was on a terrible board. And I threw 51 darts in the leg and lost it. I forget the name of my opponent, but yeah, going back then,
51.
some of my friends have never let me forget that leg, and I have never allowed myself to forget it. That's my uncanny way of trying to cheer these two up after that
83.
really poor third leg, which has made the averages almost pointless in this game.
$47.
Not really sure why Jason's using the bullseye as a cover shot. And all the times he's tried it, he hasn't hit it.
93.
But he keeps going back to it. What Robson's done there is very wise. Now he's thinking straight ton and hit tops, make myself feel better and get the job done in like 5.
71. Gary,
well, just as I say, he hasn't used the bullseye to effect as a cover, he goes and hits it. So in my face. In your face, Jason.
120.
I thought he was going to hit that one. I really did. A lot of people that I know in the game would go 19s on 291. Try to get the 171 to leave 120. Gary needs 100 less than 120.
Gary, you require 20.
Just wants to take care of the doubling aspect with no bother. And that's exactly what he does.
Gary Robson.
Slightly better leg in leg 4, as Gary threw 14 more darts than that and lost the previous leg. So 16 darts is a good one.
It's Jason to throw first.
I'm sure
43.
someday Gary Robson will document his career. We talk about some of the players that maybe didn't win anything of note and they had great books.
42.
In many sports, but the fact of the matter is Gary's won something of note. He's won the World Trophy back in 2005, where he beat Mervyn King and Raymond van Barneveld on the way to winning that title.
24.
I remember visiting his house in Seg Hill in Northumberland one time, about 20 years ago, and the mantelpiece was covered. The top of
59.
the chest of drawers were covered. Everything was covered with trophies. He's won a lot more than people realise. Not just locally, he's won around Europe.
80.
He's won some big events. If anybody wants to have an argument with me about the quality of Gary Robson's career, please try.
45.
He may not ever be world champion, but he's had a big effect on a lot of people who could be. I'm talking about
41.
Callan Ritz. I'm talking about Chris Dobie. I'm talking about Adam Hunt. These kinds of talents now. He's mixed it with incredible Northeast talents like Dave Richardson, Dave Gradwell, Paul Jennings, Phil Nixon. I could go on and on and on, but I won't, because I want to leave a little meat on the bone for tomorrow.
99.
Now, what does he do with 175?
47.
Unfortunately, he goes into the 7, which leaves a bogey number.
$37.
This is where you want to find something nice and clean. 2 treble 20s. And take your pick on the 16s or 8s. It's a decent pick off there from Gary. And he is going to get a look at 91 for the match to finish the day on 4 points. Which will not only get him above Kevin Painter on points, but on leg difference too. That might have a bearing on where he plays later in the week.
32.
If he doesn't win the group. Which is
Gary, you require 91.
vastly unlikely, because he will be at least 6 points behind.
$37.
And when he plays his first match tomorrow against Jason Hogg,
you require
he has the chance to double down on points to get himself within 4. Treble 15 wasn't really scared.
95.
But Robson just wants
Gary
to get this job
required
done.
54.
Double top.
Game,
And he breaks the
shots,
throw
and
of
the
Jason
match.
Hogg
Gary
in the final
Robson.
leg of the contest. A really good professional job from Gary in the end. And he finishes the day on 4 points. But the story of Tuesday was about Robert Owen and Martin Adams. We had a lot of good stuff from Painter at times. He was denied in last leg shootouts a lot of the time, though. So it's a little bit cruel that he's in the 5th position. But Adams, perfect on 10 points. He will go into Wednesday with the destiny of this group in his own hands. We will be back at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday. I hope you can join us for that via the Online Darts YouTube channel or via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. I have been Paul the Asset Nicholson. I will be back tomorrow morning. I hope you'll be here too. This is the Asset, signing out for now. Take care.